Good day, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. This is Viper of Viperland, and I definitely remembered to adjust my mic before starting the stream tonight. Also, hello, Asor. How you doing? Welcome, welcome. Let's get loaded. Let's get going back where we were. It was right there. Cool. Yeah, this game continues to be this game. I believe this was right at the start of a chapter, if I recall correctly. I believe we had just finished the chapter. Yeah. Oops, I forgot to read that one though. It's gonna be less than 2 months before Headwalker. And my goal of having every character level 80 before then is not gonna happen. When Momose called out to him, Bond showed his face at the Frisia Investigation Company half an hour after their promised meeting time. Forgot to actually read it before I clicked. Hey, Bon-chan, aren't you late? Momose's yelling was flying towards him as soon as he entered the office. Punching his neck, Bond put on an amiable smile and walked up to the desk of Frisia's company president. He hadn't brought her any refreshments today, and he was starting to regret it. Also, it's funny you started with an exterminate sound effect, because I have my Dalek exterminate shirt on, so it works. Also, hey, 7th, how you doing? Welcome to Viperland of the Jet. And he was starting to regret it, thinking he'd made a mistake. Oh, where's Suwa-chan? We're moving separately today. Jiggles, since Endwalker jobs start at 70. Well, you know what I mean. But yes. Clearly. You're using a youngster so you can take things easy, in other words. Nah, I'm doing my best too, don't you know? Just yesterday I pulled an all-nighter looking up all kinds of things. Thanks to that, I've become pretty familiar with the lives of contemporary high school girls. That's Sure. Huh. Unbelievable. You amaze me so much. I've got nothing left to say. So if you've called me out like this, I guess you managed to contact her. She's here now. Way to go, Momo-chan. On a side note, is she a cutie? Seeing Bond grin and leer, Momose whapped him on the head. It was a rather searing thwack, one with such a nice wrist action in it. You can't always be prattling the same stupid stuff, you old leech. It was a joke. There was something Bond had requested of Momose as a personal favor. He wanted to have an individual conversation with a certain person who was connected to one of the New Gen cases, so he'd asked her to create a setting in which the two of them could meet. He intended to discuss something based on purely personal circumstances, nothing presently related to the New Gen investigation. Due to his position, Bond couldn't get a jump on the other detectives at headquarters and go to meet her on his own as part of work. Yeah, they're kind of like, you idiot, do your job, stop doing other things. Nudging Bond onwards, Momose headed for a corner of the office. A narrow space surrounded by file-packed shelves could be found there. It was a space they used as a waiting room, and 2 couches with room for 2 other people apiece had been crammed in there. When Bond followed Momose in, a lone girl was sitting there. She wore the Sume Academy school uniform, of course, because it's the only school in this universe. Head lowered and shoulders slumped, she appeared horribly worn out. Sorry we made you wait. Oh. The girl raised her head in startlement. We actually haven't seen much of her in a long time. All we know is she's sent some emails. That's it. That's all we've really seen of her. Her glasses had slipped down a little, and she adjusted them with her finger. No, I'm fine. Upon seeing Bond, she nodded to him in a somewhat intimidated expression. Bond felt a bit worried. In his own way, he'd been aiming for an attitude and appearance that wouldn't scare anyone, but he was forced to acknowledge that the fierce, high-pressure atmosphere unique to detectives had come creeping out regardless. He smiled wryly at himself on the inside, knowing he still had a long ways to go, and sat down facing Yua. Kusunoki Iwa-san, correct? Yes. The twin sister of the late Mia-san. Still on the mark? Oh. Didn't know she had a sister. Didn't know her sister was dead. That implies she was probably one of the jumpers? I don't think she would have been one of the other ones. Alright, no, we know the guy that was staked was a different one. Yeah, she was probably one of the jumpers then. Pulling her chin back a tad, Yua answered with a nod. The first New Gen case, the group diving. The girl named Kusunoki Mia had been among the 5 high school students to jump off and die. Well, no need to be so tense. Explains why she'd be really active in trying to look through, like, suspects. I'm not investigating you or anything. Think of it as a light chat, nothing more. Before we get into the subject at hand, can I ask you something? Yua-chan, what do you think about your sister's death? You know, casual conversation. Your sister died. What do you think about it? Hey, Ban-chan. No, my bad. It's like an occupational disease. I can't phrase things considerately. Hell yeah, some Bob Ross. It's just that it's been bothering me. It even became a hot topic back at headquarters, you know. Miya-san's survivors were peculiar. You... No, it's fine. Momose had half risen at the intensity of Bond's statements, but you silenced her. Because I also think it's strange. The 5 who jumped off in the group dive had no reason to commit suicide. That's what all of their family members and friends asserted. Except, only Miya-san's family was different. Bond took out the fan stuck in his belt and began to fan himself. They didn't claim anything. I hear they accepted it at once. They said so little it was bizarre. Why is that? After Miya-chan died, both Mom and Dad went crazy. Anguish seeped into Yua's voice. At first, the day we received a notice of what happened to Miya-chan, they wept. Standard, yeah. Mom and Dad both seemed to be having a very hard time. Again, their child died, I can imagine. Chair in a better reading position. No, that's not better at all. Can't get the chair in a good spot today. But for some reason, the next morning, the two of them were laughing cheerfully. They'd completely gone back to how things were before Miya-chan died. Also, hey Tobaz, how's it going? Welcome to Viperland in the chat. In a single day. I had no idea what was going on. I thought maybe the two of them were trying to forget about Miya-chan. Glad to hear, always. Then Dad, he laughed. He said, "You never had a sister." Even if I showed them the clothes and shoes Miya-chan had left behind, they wouldn't take any notice of it. They said they brought them as backups for my sake. Mom and Dad went on averting their eyes from the news and from everything the police told us. They were attempting to erase Miya-chan from their memories. In short, to make it as if you weren't twins. And so that's why they chased the police out, saying they only had one child. Miya-chan and I were identical twins, and we looked exactly the same on the outside, but my parents disliked her, my younger sister. She always suppressed her own emotions and put me first. As Yua spoke, she recalled a memory from the time when Mia had been alive. It was when they were still in elementary school. One day, their relatives brought them a single big teddy bear as a present. Why would you bring 2 sisters, 1 teddy bear? Why would you do that? In opposition to the delighted Yua, Mia said she hated stuffed animals and wouldn't give it a second glance. The relatives and parents were repelled by Mia's not childish behavior. Even then, Yua had secretly told her that the two of them should share it and treasure it, but Mia only answers, "I don't want stuffed animals, so you can have it." About a month later, when Yua started to become bored with the teddy bear, she woke abruptly late at night and witnessed a certain scene. Mia was hugging and talking to the teddy bear with a rapturous look on her face. It was the first time Yua had ever seen her look so happy. Then, for the first time, Yua realized her sister had been lying about not liking stuffed animals. She had borne it the whole time for her big sister's sake. The next day, Yua found a drawing of a bear, which Mia herself seemed to have sketched, under Mia's pillow. Mia had slept holding it as she waited for Yua to tire of the stuffed animal. The same sort of thing had gone on for these past 18 years. When they celebrated their birthday, Yua was always the one to blow out the candles on the cake. Mia angered their parents by saying, like I could ever do something so idiotic. Yua moved up to the private Sume Academy after middle school, but Mia deliberately took a delinquent attitude at school and lowered her marks. As a result, she went to a public school. Because of the issue of tuition, their parents could only afford to send one of them to a private school. No matter how Yua tried to yield to her younger sister, Mia stopped her and prioritized her instead. Moreover, she purposefully assumed this sort of demeanor meant to make others dislike her. Literally made herself a hateable person so people would like her sister more. In the end, I let Mia-chan's kindness spoil me. Until now, only I was happy. When Mia-chan passed away for the first time, I became incredibly regretful, wondering if I couldn't have done something more for her. I should have died in her stead. And on top of everything else, to have our parents ultimately forget her existence itself. It's too much. It's all too sad. I mean, it's a really messed up way to treat the world, like as a young kid, to be like, yeah, I'm gonna just say I don't like things, so only my sister gets everything. Even though clearly she did, but... Having squeezed out this many words, Yua hit her limit. She took off her glasses and broke down crying, pressing at the corners of her eyes. Momose sat next to her and gently stroked her back. And so it seems that Yua-chan was investigating the incident all by herself, in order to find out what on earth had happened to Mia-chan. Must be really hard. And she pinpointed a single person. Yeah, she did. Arm around Yua's shoulders, Momose gave Ban a look. Nishijo Takumi-kun. Of course. I see. Ban leaned forward from the sofa as he rubbed his unshaven jaw. I remember hearing from some detectives in the area about a high school girl who was interested in tracking down that Nishijo kid who was involved in the crime. Could that have been you, Yua-chan? Yua gave him an apologetic nod. It's pretty interesting. I'd love to hear the details, or so I thought, but hold up a sec, sorry. Smiling ruefully, he gave Yua and Momose a light bow. The cell phone in his inner suit pocket was what had interrupted him. He quickly pulled it out and checked the LCD screen. Sua's name was displayed there. Hello? What's up? Senpai, it's the 7th! What? Sua's voice was tense. Even the sound of the other investigators rushing around in a panic behind him came through the phone. It seemed that Sua was at headquarters. The 7th New Gen incident happened. Ah! Eyes wide, Ban finally bit his lip, a bitter look on his face. Deducing the gravity of the situation from his bearing, Momose and Yua watched him worriedly. Three victims. Seems like they were pals. All three were severed in half at the waist. Their respective upper bodies and lower bodies were switched around and sewn together with a fishing line. And there were wounds that could be read as Q, D, and N on their foreheads. Some kind of message? Who knows? And there's something else that bothers me. We found out from the autopsy. The part where the victims' torsos got severed, they weren't cut by a saw or a butcher knife. What do you mean? Some incredibly powerful force tore them apart. Oh. They weren't cut. They were ripped. Them apart. Upon reciting Sua's words in a groan, Ban scratched his head with the handle of his fan. Like a monster, or the wizards who've been so trendy lately. Senpai, are you talking seriously here? I may be a movie otaku, but even I have a hard time agreeing with this opinion of yours. It's just an example, fool. Just hurry up and go back to the investigation. With that as his sole message, Ban ended the call. Okay. So they were ripped in half and then swapped around tops and bottoms and sewn back together. With, what was it, QND? Sewn on or carved on them somewhere? QND, yeah. Now that it was November, the sun seemed to set much earlier. When I headed home from school with Remy, the sky was dyed pale orange. Sorry. The hitherto silent Remy abruptly apologized to me. Must have been hard on you in a whole lot of ways. It had been a while since I'd last gone home with Remy like this. I was sincerely happy she'd returned. She'd said, let's go home together to me today. Although since we'd only gone back together 2 times before to begin with, I'd secretly feared she would act as if nothing had ever happened. But it wasn't that way at all. I'm sorry I couldn't be with you. Someone I know got hurt in the earthquake. I was looking after him the whole time. I thought she was looking after Fess at the... Well, we know she was at the hospital when she was going there. That doesn't mean she was looking after her, to be fair. Though I hadn't asked her, Remy told me about it without being prompted. Yeah. But to be perfectly honest, Remy's words were mostly failing to enter my head now. The bandage on Nanami's wrist I'd seen at noon, it had burned itself into my eyes and wouldn't go away. Are you mad at me? No, highly distracted though. In the end, I'd failed to call to Nanami after seeing it. I'd become scared of calling out to her. Even though Nanami was my little sister, even though I was Nanami's big brother, I hadn't quite understood who she was at that time. The nurse had said Nanami wasn't injured. The hand Shogun sent to my base had disappeared from my refrigerator. It was supposed to have been a delusion. Yet why had Nanami worn a bandage wrapped around her right wrist today? Could it simply be that I was overthinking things, and the reason behind it was something as minor as a burn or a bug bite? Yes, of course. That was the most likely answer to it all. But I was still scared to find out. Despite the fact that I hadn't been able to save Nanami, I went on dawdling like this and didn't make any attempts to talk to her. Magic made it all better. Clearly, obviously. Magic that also leaves with a bandage around your wrist. You know. Also, hey Ark, how's it going? Welcome to Viperland in the chat. I truly was the worst brother ever. Say, Taku. Hey, hello. If you're mad, tell me. It really kinda hurts when you ignore me. Eh? Magic of superglue. Mm-hmm. When I looked at Remy, she was wilting. Could it be that you weren't listening to me? After waffling for a bit, I nodded. Upon which Remy's pointer finger bored into my cheek. Salute! I totally thought you were ignoring me. Don't act so ambiguous. Your nails, it hurts when your nails dig in, you know. You okay? Remy murmured her usual phrase upon finally stopping her cheek poking. Yes, Remy always used those words to show her concern for me. Are you okay? Yeah, that's... You've been kind of pale since lunch break, and you don't seem to be feeling too well. Somebody say something mean to you? No. If they did, tell me. I'll get mad at them for you. Thanks. Like a big sister or my guardian. Remy had quite a meddlesome personality. Well, it was already as plain as the nose on my face from how she was nice enough to go along with a creepy otaku. Like me, yeah, I guess that works. I was grateful for how she worried about me. Until now, if I'd been worried about something, all I could do was either bear it up by myself or post it anonymously on 8chan. Maybe I should talk to her about Nanami. But when I spoke to her about D-Swords before, Remy hadn't believed a word of it. She'd shown the natural reaction of a person who operated by common sense. Which is why, if I brought it up this time, the likely result was her either being put off or brushing it off with a laugh. If so, there wouldn't be any point in asking her advice. I was fine as long as Remy was with me. Sure, seems like it'd be a better idea to ask Kozupi or Sena about this issue. Yeah, ask the people with D-Swords about D-Swords, that checks out. It's as messy as ever. Well, at least we know she actually came through the door this time. Or followed us, so at least. Remy muttered in amazement the instant she set foot in my base. For all that, I didn't really get why she was smiling so happily. It hasn't changed a bit. This messiness in this room is so you, Taku. You know, I'll give her that. If you're going to go on about it that much, you could clean up for me. You could clean up for yourself. It's not even a big spot. I say, knowing damn well that my room's a mess, but like, if I know somebody's coming over, I clean up. Sighing, I turn on my PC. Also, it's not a mess like his. Wait up. You're going to go on your computer as soon as you get home? You have a friend over, so don't you feel a little like offering some hospitality? Say, let's chat. Ah, we have our first choice. Remy made a reckless demand as she sat on the sofa. Let's chat is a reckless demand? Sure. Reckless. Okay. We got green or red. She just wants to chat. We sat down at our computer desk because, you know. Didn't even ask her about it. Yeah, usually we default to ramen, don't know. I mean, I could always go with my gut too, so like, but so far we've gone with chat. We got double greens, alright, cool. Good as any. If I had a mano-a-mano conversation with a 3D girl, I'd soon run out of things to talk about. While I'd gotten much more used to it due to the recent increase in how many opportunities I had to speak with Remy, I still wouldn't last 5 minutes. Besides, my head was full of Nanami right now, and I was very much not in the mood to have a light-hearted conversation. Excuse me. That was why I ended up seeming like I was ignoring Remy. Painfully aware of my own uselessness, I sat down in my chair. Wow, you just ignored her and go about your computer business? Alright. Just tell her what's going on. He could, yes, but, he could, but he's clearly not great at that. Yeah. So please. Oh, I didn't actually read that out loud. I sensed Remy's shifting behind me. The sound of her clothes rustling drew nearer. Game? Don't get me not demonetized. Don't get me banned off of Twitch. Please? Please. Okay. So please, don't ignore me. Before I had time to turn around, she embraced me from behind. I smelled her tender floral scent. Her soft chest pressed against my back. It makes me so lonely when you're like that. Apparently I had retreated from reality again and woven myself a convenient delusion. At least he's learning quicker. When I thought of it that way, my sense of hollowness grew stronger than my lust, and I couldn't even enjoy it as a daydream. This is why Ramen always picks rape. Yeah, but that's gone poor too. Instead of pouncing on her, I took advantage of the fact that it was all delusionary, and I could speak freely here, to confront her with how I honestly felt. I was lonely too. It was hard for me. You didn't contact me at all this whole week. Remy's movements were conveyed directly to me from my back. Each time she took a breath, her chest shifted up and down minutely. It was only to be expected, but it served to remind me she was living. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I couldn't be with you. How dare you have somebody you care about be injured in the earthquake? You should have been only thinking about me. I was lonely. You should have been thinking about me, the person in this room. Ugh, obviously. Remy's arms went tighter and tighter around me. I still felt torn. I didn't know what to do. I figured I'd think about it a little. What had she felt torn about? What in the world was she talking about? For starters, I wasn't sure if it was okay for me to be in love with you. Whether we ought to stay in this kind of relationship. You walked home from school twice. And that's the extent of your relationship. You chat at school. But you see, at this rate, I'm sure no good will come of it. Then I won't be able to save anything. Hey, Taku, in the beginning, I only wished for one thing. Yet, why do I end up wishing and wishing infinitely? Wow. Yeah, that's true. She did. You're right. True. When I found that sky, I didn't understand what Remy was saying. Couldn't come up with a reply. Silence descended. Close by my ear, I heard the faint sound of Remy breathing. It would be strange if the denouement didn't come soon, but nothing happened as silence closed in around us. Could it be that this wasn't a delusion? The instant I realized that, tension shot through my body all at once. In reality, Remy was embracing me, pressed up to me without a gap between us. It almost sent my reason flying away. If this isn't a delusion, then she also admitted that she's in love with him. Which is so impossible. Sorry, but absolutely impossible. Yeah, exactly, because a relationship is only one person's job, not both of theirs. Yeah, clearly. And it can't be his job because he's Takumi. So it must be entirely her job. Again, he has a cell phone. He has her phone number. He didn't do anything with that knowledge. I had a feeling that Remy would forgive me even if I went ahead and pounced on her. Dude? No. I gulped in a breath and... You've got mail, dummy! Wow, that's a mood shatterer right there. What was that? As though startled, Remy jumped away from me. The soft sensation of her vanished. Ah, man. A complex feeling spread within me. Partly a sense of having been saved, partly regret. No, more than that, Remy had heard Sierra Tun's new message voice. This was fairly humiliating. I mean, you said it. When I opened my email client, I had 3 messages from Grimm telling me to come to our chat room. Hey, we haven't heard from Grimm in a while. Now that he mentioned it, I hadn't chatted with Grimm at all lately, even though we'd met up online practically every day in the past. Because I'd also held back on playing ESO, it had probably been close to 10 days since we last spoken. Excuse me. Oh man, we know he's just going to immediately tell him about the new Nugen case. That's all he ever talks about lately. That's shockingly all he ever talks about. We never really encounter Grimm. We never really encounter Grimm unless he's talking about another Nugen case. That is unusual. In universe, they talked before Nugen ever happened, but we, the viewers, only ever see Nugen talk. Hey, Nineheart-kun, I've been waiting for you. There's the new Moobgen. What are you saying? Too lazy to C and P assy art. Nugen! Oh, copy and paste. How did Nugen end up as Moobgen? New generation, Nugen, Boobgen. It makes sense if you think about it. No, it doesn't. More importantly, the 7th incident. Grimm only has one goal. Yeah, honestly, looks that way. What's the matter? Noticing me catch my breath, Remy got up and walked over, after you immediately scared her away with your talking computer email. She appeared at the PC monitor from behind me. The 7th incident? It had happened again. Nugen again. How long would it continue? Would I be the next to get killed? The one after that? Haku, you have nothing to worry about. There's nothing for you to be scared of. No one's out to get you. She's again basically responding to what he's thinking about. It's all just paranoia on your part, okay? He didn't say any of that out loud. So, yes. Baseless words of comfort. That won't soothe my heart, Remy. That aside, Grimm was practically the Nugen case publicist. He reported every little thing to me. Yeah, he did. Now, too, he went out of his way to paste in multiple links to news sites and so forth. Apparently, he was telling me to take a look at them. I reluctantly clicked his links and bit down hard on my lip. Well, we know, kinda. The 7th Nugen incident DQN puzzle. At around 4:50 in the morning of the 4th, 3 male corpses deemed to have been murdered by an unidentified person were discovered at one of the iron poles along the railroad tracks in the Shibuya district of Tokyo. The victims are Fuja Kohei, unemployed, Anzawa Saburo, college student, 20, and Takagi Ryu, part-timer, 19. According to the police investigation, the 3 dead bodies were each severed in half, probably at the torso. Additionally, they have stated that the severance wounds did not include something type of sharp lacerations one would expect to see in cuts made by a type of blade. Furthermore, their upper bodies and lower bodies were switched with one another and sewn back together with a sturdy thread. Wounds that can be read as D, Q, and N were marked into the respective foreheads, and the police have regarded it as a potential message of some sort from the criminal as they continue their investigation. Yeah, that's fine. As the vast anonymous online message board @chan, someone leaked photographs of the crime scene prior to reports about the incident, and it was rapidly certified as the 7th Generation Madness, aka Nugen case. It was dubbed the DQN puzzle because of how the victims' upper and lower bodies had been recoupled. On a related note, at @chan, DQN is used to mean people lacking social common sense, such as juvenile delinquents, slackers, gangsters, etc. With respect to the sequence of Nugen cases, the victims' families are attempting to take legal action against some of the more morally offensive posts that have appeared on @chan, resulting in an online debate over the pros and cons of doing so. You can't take legal action against people who said mean things on a forum. You can't. It's not possible. But sure, like, I get that, like, the victims' families are stressed and upset and, like, you know, but... Posted at 1527. Related articles. US TV station UBC interviews UA Brightman. 1,000+ calls flooding with questions for Psychic Boy. Did the boy's body give off light? That's not the same stuff as last time, give or take. Japan's bogus psychic boy. Yeah, same stuff. New Gen, 3 corpses divided in half at the torso in Shibuya, DQN on the foreheads. Another Moob Gen, whose eyes are etc. Wait, lol, DQN? Delinquent? Lol. Of course it's got nothing to do with the other cases, huh? Lol, stupid police. I was trying to say it's one of us delinquent haters? With their lower bodies switched up, it really makes it like a puzzle with corpses. I want to trade in my upper half for some studs. Esper Nishijo needs to get a move on and pin down the criminal, ha. Moob Gen News Flash Bear. Moob Gen 1 Group Dive. Pregnant Man Staking. Vampire House Brainless. Delicious Hand. DQN Puzzle. Which I guess is 3 faces mixed around, and then to be continued. Oh. At around 4:50 this morning, a passing newspaper delivery man discovered 3 male homicide victims strung from an iron pole along the railroad track in the Shibuya district of Tokyo. Yeah. According to the police investigation, the 3 victims were all Shibuya residents. Fujita Kohei, unemployed, Aizawa Subaru, a college student, and Tagaki Ryu, a part-timer. All 3 had been decapitated at the waist, and their respective upper and lower bodies were switched with one another and sewn back together with thread. Each of them had a mysterious wound marked on their forehead, and the police is regarding this as a potential message from the criminal as they explore the various possibilities. Bizarre murders have been taking place in Shibuya with some frequency for about 2 months now. Those working on the ongoing police investigation believe there's a strong likelihood that this is the work of the same criminal as well. 1, 2, 3. First letter in all of those at least GPS. The news clip I watched at the very end showed facial photographs of the 3 victims. I remembered seeing those faces. Oh, it's them. You know them. Yesterday, they picked a fight with me. I had offered up my wallet, but they'd used violence anyway. And I lost consciousness, as Kozupi was there when I came to. The 3 of them had lain collapsed, covered in blood. Who knows? Yeah, who knows? I took my wallet out of my pocket and stared at it intently. When I revived, Kozupi had been carrying it, and she'd given it back to me. Maybe the one who killed these 3 was... Even if she did, though, it says it wasn't cut by a sword, they were basically ripped apart. When he left, they were potentially dead, but also not... They were in one piece. Physically in one piece. And I don't know if sewing people back together and hanging them from a pole is her MMO. She definitely seems like she'd kill them. She'd slice them to bits with a sword. Why would she do that? I don't think she's strong enough to do that. Like, she's got the sword, but they said they weren't cut, they were ripped. No, that's wrong. At the time, when I last saw their faces, they'd certainly been pummeled, and they were blood-soaked, but their torsos hadn't been sliced in half or anything. They'd been murdered after Kozupi and I left the scene. I mean, to be fair, they were fairly defenseless after that, but... It had to be Shogun. That old geezer was challenging me. Yeah, how did he rip them in half? How? How did an old man in a wheelchair rip 3 human beings in half? Damn it, how far was he planning to drive me into a psychological corner? It felt like I was about to throw up. My stomach ached sharply, and I pressed a hand against my belly. Was I next? This time, would I be the next one to die? All done. Wimi's hand reached out from behind me, pressed the power button on the monitor. The screen went pitch black. Calm down. You have nothing to worry about. I'm sure it's just a coincidence. He didn't say that out loud either. She 100% can read his mind. How could Rumi be so carefree? He didn't say that one out loud either. It's impossible for so many coincidences to pile up like this. More importantly, I am hungry. Hey, there's a restaurant I go to a lot. Want to eat there? It's cheap and tasty, I guarantee it. But a lot of the customers are old guys, so it's a little embarrassing for someone like me to go by myself. Oh, and also, you have to go in the station to get there, because it's located in Shibuya Station. By the way, you can find it in both the platform for the Yamanote line's inner and outer circles, but I definitely prefer the inner circles one. Dinner? I really wasn't going to be able to work up an appetite. It felt like someone was holding a knife to my throat. That's a sensation. I'd been told I can kill you whenever I like. Let me go already. What are you saying? What are you saying I've done that's so wrong? I'm completely sick of this stuff. Welp. We haven't seen her in a while, since the attempted jump. Kishimoto Ayase lay in bed and gazed vaguely out the window. This hospital window lacked the metal bars found in those of Arkheart Medical, where she had been in the past. Yeah. She was injured because she jumped off a school roof willingly. So you put her in a high-level hospital room with windows that do open. That seems dumb. Very, 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 very stupid. I'm sure nothing bad could happen. Beyond the window spread the sunset sky and the clustered high-rise buildings of Shinjuku. Several pigeons flew diagonally across the view, beating their wings furiously. Ayase occasionally knitted her eyebrows as if she were suffering. Her eyes were slightly sleepy and reflected nothing in them, nor did her lips croon with the gorgeous voice that had drawn in the youth of Shibuya. Following her failed suicide attempt, Ayase was being held in the psychiatric ward of a large general hospital located in Yoyogi. For the most part, her injuries had already healed. The doctor had told her it was a miracle she had managed to get by with only a few scrapes, despite the fact that she had fallen from such a height. Even so, she had also hit her head hard, and she had been hospitalized here for over a week so they could study her condition. But then, even if they said they were going to see how she was doing, it only consisted of a simple examination every 2 or so days, and the rest of the time they essentially left her to languish. She had an individual room without any other beds in it. Her D-sword stood propped up against the windowsill. She had left it there the whole time, but not one of the people who came to this hospital room had noticed it. She didn't have many visitors. Phantasm fans had come barging in on a daily basis, but the hospital banned them from seeing her, under the justification that it would inconvenience those around her. And also bother somebody trying to rest, but you know. There was almost no one else likely to come to visit Ayase, who was estranged from her family. The other band members had shown their faces once, but when they did, she had been the one to bring up the topic of breaking up. Since then, they hadn't made any attempt to contact her. So she's gonna quit the band. Oh, it's a not suspicious nurse. Kishimoto-san, has the thermometer beeped yet? The door to the hospital room opened, and a white-garbed nurse came in. Ayase languorously turned her face in the nurse's direction, and then, as if she had only just remembered it, pulled out the thermometer trapped under her arm. The nurse looked at the digital numbers displayed there and wrote them down on the clipboard she had with her. 37.1 degrees. Oh, she's freezing. I mean, you know, or it's Celsius. A bit feverish, maybe. My head is throbbing. Ayase grimaced painfully again. Oh my, another headache. But that's one of the medicine's side effects. It'll get better sooner or later, even if you don't fret about it. Excuse me. The nurse answered with a smile, now that Ayase had returned the thermometer to her. Her expression was soft, with the tenderness needed to reassure patients. I don't trust the nurse anymore, but Ayase pressed a hand to her forehead and shook her head. Ayase had been troubled by a dull headache ever since she first entered the hospital. It wasn't so strong that she would openly say it hurt her, but she had the constant and unpleasant feeling that her brain was pulsing in her head, and it numbed her ability to think straight. And her body, too, felt leaden. Ayase had experienced the same symptoms in the past, when she was in the Arkheart Medical. Back then, she had been tormented by migraines 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, and her emotions became unstable as she lost the ability to sleep regularly. That sounds awful. Memories she didn't want to recall, but sealed away past. Memories from over 2 years ago. Also, hey Ramen, how's it going? We have some revelations, yes. The girl, his OG girlfriend girl, Yua, uh, she has a twin sister. Had a twin sister. Oh, going back to the VOD? Okay. So you're gonna watch it at like time and a half and catch up. Cool. That works too. Or I can give you the recap here. Either way it works. But yes, we also picked green. The ache in her head triggered flashbacks in her brain. Ah. She's... No part of that's good. But also, whatever's going down her face isn't coming from her eyes? Like, I thought it was tears at first, but that's coming from center forehead. A dark room, a tiny window fitted with iron bars. Aside from the part where the window was, the walls were covered entirely in mirrors. Ayase was bound in the dead center of the room, made to sit in a crude, steel-crafted chair. No part of that looks good. Or like it's helping. Yeah. On her head was a type of headgear with numerous cords attached to it. And her hands were bound behind the chair's backrest. And her face was fixed in place with the chin tilted up slightly. Nobody else was in the room. Only Ayase's wild breaths and the creaking of the chair continued resounding through the room. Yeah, that seems like just a horrible, horrible thing. Drool hung from the corner of her mouth, and she let out a beastly cry one would find it difficult to associate with a girl of tender years. Oh me. Happy memories, yeah. It was a very quiet form of torture. They only did one thing to her. Excuse me. Oh. At even intervals of 5 seconds each, without any irregularities, a drop of water fell on her forehead. That is legitimately a form of torture. Like, for real. That's not like... She's not being hyperbolic. That's actually a form of torture. That's very messed up. Okay. This is supposed to be a psychiatric ward where they're helping her. Just, you know, so we remember that. That's all. I mean, that's enough, though. Well, that was all, other than being tied up and all this other stuff. The result of the situation continuing for 2 days without any rest. 2 days of that. Imagine not being able to move your arms. Imagine your arms tied behind your back for 2 days. Ignoring the obvious torture of the water. Tie your arms behind your chair, keep them that way for 2 days. That alone I'd call torturous, though I've never actually been tortured, so I'm probably being hyperbolic there, but... this is awful. Ayase grew incapable of thinking about anything other than the next drop to fall. And her senses became extremely fine-tuned, and each time a water droplet struck her forehead, she had the hallucination that every nerve in her body was being torn apart. Hallucination that every bone in her body was being ground to dust. Hallucination that a long, sharp awl was penetrating her forehead. Hallucination that every liquid in her body, her blood included, was freezing. The hallucination that every inch of her skin was slowly rotting and falling away. And as those assaulted her, she could no longer stay sane. Yeah, no kidding. So that place was bad. That wasn't just like a, oh, we're helping you, but it's not going too well. It's a, no, we're going to make it way worse. Breaking out of her reverie, Ayase clenched the sheets as she panted over and over. She quaked at the revival of her shadowed memories. The nurse from before had long since left the room. It was right around dinner time, and she could hear pitter-pattering in the hallway. Ayase inwardly ruminated over the nurse's words. Horrible place, yeah, suddenly... Glad she's not there. She didn't know whether this headache was truly a side effect of her medicine, or because she had hit her head when she jumped and fell, or if it was a hallucination brought about by her own memories of the past. She wiped away the sweat seeping from her forehead. Ayase laughed self-despairingly. I don't mind what they do to me now, after all this time, because I endured it to the end. I endured that divine punishment. and no longer go astray. Oh. 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 Once she muttered to herself with heightened emotions, Ayase abruptly noticed a sound echoing from the corridor. An almost comforting sound of someone's shoes on the linoleum. It wasn't a nurse. The footsteps boldly approached Ayase's hospital room. The knock on the door made Ayase press her lips together. Excuse me? Oh, hey, it's your boy. A lone man appeared, holding a gift basket full of fruit in his hand. Ayase remembered seeing him somewhere before. Therefore, she regarded him with caution in her eyes. Nice to meet you. You don't have to get suspicious or anything, alright? I know. He was a detective from the police station. He had previously come trailing after Ayase, treating her as a vital person of interest in the New Gen cases. The detective scratched his head happily. His demeanor was quite carefree. Man, that brightens my day, having a beauty like you remember me. You must have a good memory. The detective walked up to the bed. Ayase flicked a look at her D-sword, propped up against the windowsill. It was far enough away that she couldn't reach it simply by stretching out her hand. I've come to pay you a get-well visit. Hard to believe. Your goal? You're a sharp one. The detective recoiled exaggeratedly. There's something theatrical in his attitude. Well, there's a little something I'd like to ask you about, Ayase-chan. Here. If you don't mind, I'd love it if you ate some. With an innocent smile, the detective held out the basket he was carrying and laid it by Ayase's feet without quite obtaining her consent. It's tasty and expensive. I don't want it. Don't say that. I even brought it for you and everything. Have your mom cut up some for you later, when she comes to visit. Crap. That's right, you haven't seen your parents for years now. I'd say I felt nothing in particular, even in response to the detective's air of feigned innocence. She'd severed ties with her parents when she was young. Her parents were the kind of people who cared about appearances, and Ayase, who at the time caused nothing but trouble, was inconvenient to them. So she had terrible parents, then she went to a terrible place that tortured her terribly. The fact that she is even a functioning human being right now is amazing and fantastic for her. There technically remained a connection between her and them. Every month, money for living expenses got added to her bank account. We don't want to see you. Just take this money and stay away from us. I'm terribly sorry. The detective bowed his head to her. We still don't know why she did that, or tried to do that either. Though, I'm definitely sensing lots of stuff has happened and maybe she was just tired of that nonsense, but at least as far as we knew her up to that point, she seemed okay. Mind you, seeming okay and being okay are very different things often, but still. Though Ayase had at least begun to overcome how shaken she'd felt after her flashbacks, she didn't want to spend much time speaking with this detective, and so she moved to hasten the conversation. What is it you want to ask? My alibi? Nothing like that. Besides, you told us all about it before. Any doubts about you have been totally cleared. You're innocent. 100% innocent. We got a mark on the criminal. I can't tell you. It's a classified part of our investigation. Takumi? It's a secret. So even she's like, it's Takumi. Everyone around him's just like, you're killing people, right? You're killing people. To different reactions. Clearly, some of them are like, yeah, let's go kill people together. Some are like, you killed my sister. And some are like, well, you know, you came to my show, so I guess it's probably whatever. The detective was smiling, trying to fool her with a grin. When he smiled like that, she caught a glimpse of the parts of him that remained unrefined. Still, Nishijo-kun is a pretty strange kid. You don't say. You don't say. When you look at him, it's hard to think he's a murder suspect. If he were the true criminal, he'd be a devil in human skin indeed. He's still a suspect, isn't he? Nah, that's not really the case, you know? Even as Ayase persisted in pointing it out to him, the detective laughed and denied it at once. You can't tell anyone about what I just said, okay? The bosses are going to get pissed if I leak information. Well, that's to be expected. They were totally furious at my senior a little before, too. I think you've met him once, but I wonder if you remember him. A scruffy-haired, unshaven old detective called Bansan? Ayase remembered. When they were questioning her, in fact, that older detective had spoken far more often than the younger detective here now. And his manner of speech had been considerably persistent. He's quick to yell "fool" at me. Well, are you quick to be a fool? For all that, he doesn't look up what he was originally supposed to be investigating, and instead he goes off to research all this stuff that doesn't make any sense. In the end, he forces me to go along with him, too. My stomach's been hurting lately. Terrible for you. No, well, he's a good guy underneath it all. And he's got amazing intuition, and is a sharp thinker. And apparently he helped to solve a bunch of tough cases in the past. You came here to talk about such things? When Ayase interrupted him, the detective smiled wryly. Ah, no, my bad. I didn't realize I started griping. I'd like you to keep everything I said secret. It's the biggest request I, Suwa Mamoru, will ever make. And... the first thing is... why did you do it? Ayase understood that he was referring to how she jumped from the school roof. I've talked about it over and over to other detectives. To block the resurrection of the evil king Galadriel, right? I hadn't planned on dying. I only meant to carry my soul to a higher stage. Didn't you say something similar in your song? That one that's such a hot topic among all the young people out there? This was his second question. Ayase took a small breath. That poem isn't about Nugent. It was inspired by Chapter 3, Verse 2 of the Galadriel saga. The evil king Gladiol is attempting to materialize in the world. 7 stakes created from the black bloody shed by Gladiol are needed to block his resurrection. Stakes transform into swords and arrive in the hands of the 7 black knights who have overcome celestial punishment. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Only humans burdened by evil hearts can destroy the evil king Gladiol. It kinda sounds like a movie. I love that sort of epic setting. Ayase narrowed her eyes when the detective gave her his impressions. It's not a setting, it's reality. My final question. The detective let Ayase's objection slide without comment, but she was used to receiving that sort of reaction. Up until the present, there had not been a single person who'd believed Ayase's story. We're looking into several Sume students besides you and Nishijoku. The detective folded his arms and groaned. This too seemed theatrical, but Ayase had no intention of saying so to him. What? This is an incredibly stupid question. It really isn't the kind of thing a detective ought to be asking. You could say it's totally childish. I see. If you don't feel like asking, then leave. My head aches. No, the truth is, Bansan's been saying something weird. That maybe the lots of you are magic users. Ayase furrowed her eyebrows a tiny bit at the phrase, the lot of you. He's wrong, isn't he? I can use magic. Ayase answered without looking at the detective, instead gazing at her own hand laid atop the sheets. You sure are an interesting one, Ayase-chan. But Nugent has nothing to do with the Knights of Gladiol. That's so? Well, not that it matters much either way. So if there's 7 swords, if we assume that Takumi gets one, we know he has the potential. Takumi, Ayase, what's her name? Senna? The chick who's always starting eating popsicles. The transfer student. This still leaves us with 4. I'm pretty sure Remy's 5. That still leaves us with 2. Right? I don't think Yua has one. She's clearly involved in things and investigating things, but I don't think she's got a D-sword. A note of it besides throwing it out. Yeah. I don't know who the other two would be. I guess we'll find out. But yeah, evil in their hearts? I mean, he was straight up tortured. I cannot imagine being tortured and not having deep-seated issues in evil. Like, I can't imagine. I can't imagine being tortured for years and not leaving, like, hating people to a massive degree. Again, never been tortured, just assuming. I kind of get the feeling it's something that wasn't her fault. We know that the transfer student just wants to murder people. We know that. Takumi's got evil in his heart. Let's be honest. That's a known thing. Like, he definitely, while he's a trash person, no, I was about to say, even if we ignore he probably has multiple personalities, he was straight up just going to sexually assault a classmate. And the only thing stopping him was other classmates laughing at him. There's huge amounts of evil in that man. Huge amounts. And it's before any other issues going down with him. But the popsicle chick, I'm a little... And Remy, there's something going on with Remy. We've seen that scene of her and Shogun, where she thinks she might have to kill us. She definitely can read our mind, and Takumi has not picked up on that fact, because Takumi's an idiot. She definitely can, like, materialize behind us. I don't know. There's a lot. Excuse me. The detective let Ayase's words slide without showing much interest in them, then stretched wildly. Without warning, an electronic sound began ringing through the quiet hospital room. Flustered, he took his cell phone out of his suit pocket. Excuse me. Hey, cell phone use isn't allowed in hospitals. I forgot to turn the power off. Yeah, you did. Ah, and it's from my lady, too. I have a lovey-dovey girlfriend who I've been going out with for 4 years now. And we care about that. Why? I mean, we the audience, cool, but like, why would she care? Grinning, he pressed the off button, forcibly ending the call. He then faced Ayase anew. You watch many movies, Ayase-chan. You know about Spark Wars? The ringtone just now was the theme song for one of the characters in it, called Count Darth Spider. Why did they make him a count? Why would... Sure. But also, he's a Darth Spider fan? That's strange. We've only heard about Darth Spider from one other place so far. So that's unusual. Sir? She had no interest in movies and the like. Judging that she was no longer bound by any duty nor any need to answer this detective's questions, she fell silent and shifted her gaze to beyond the window. Tell you the truth, I'm a Spark Wars otaku. Ah, not interested, huh? Sorry about that. Anywho, I'm off. Ending with that one-sided exchange, the detective left the hospital room. Ayase's eyes made no effort to see him off. All they reflected was the sky transmuting from twilight duskiness to indigo blue. I mean, it might mean nothing, but it's strange. Also, he's a count. You, Tatum, I waited for you. I waited for you this whole time. I hate you so much, but I love you so much. I dazedly watched Shiraton move around the monitor. The latest episode of Baruchu had aired late last night. The story was steadily heating up, and people had pretty high opinions of it over at Atchan. This was the third time I'd watched it, but not a bit of it entered my head. When I looked at the clock, it was about 10 at night. Remy had gone home around 8. She'd said kind words to me and encouraged me about this and that in the midst of my depression. Because Remy was with me, today had been less lonely than the rest of the week. But Remy still refused to accept that the situation was all that serious. It almost seems like she was avoiding the topic of anything related to New-Gen. Maybe she found it to be obnoxious on my part? Someone she knew had been injured in the earthquake, and she must have her hands full with that. And maybe she couldn't afford to bother with the likes of me. No, but it was certainly possible that I might be overly paranoid. But regardless, this hazardous situation was a real thing. Even today, he might murder me. The reason why Shogun insisted on coming after me. If only I knew what it was, I'd be able to come up with some small counter-strategy. Now that you mention it, he said something as we parted. The most special among you is the boy who gave birth to whose eyes are those eyes. He's special, the most special. Whose eyes are those eyes? The words one could now hear all over Shibuya. Online, they had become synonymous with the new-gen criminal. Words I had made frequent use of for a long time now. Shogun must have known that when he decided to use them as a message for me, or as a form of provocation. When had I first begun using those words? I had a feeling that someone had taught them to me. I dimly remembered writing about it in a grade school essay. As you might have guessed, the title was Whose Eyes Are Those Eyes? I had mostly forgotten the contents. I wanted to double-check what it said. What had I written in that essay? Was it still back at my parents' house? Are we going to ever see his parents? I suspected an essay that old might have gotten chucked in the trash ages ago. Except, since long ago, I'd have a habit of putting everything important to me in a big empty tin that used to hold candy, which I called my treasure box. And so the essay too might be inside it. What should I do? Go to my parents' house? But... yeah, sister, I didn't want to run into Nanami. Didn't know what I should say to her. Huh. No good. I'm so beyond helping. Again, he at least acknowledges it occasionally. When even your protag says, yeah, I'm the worst. Ponderously getting up out of my chair, I flopped down on the sofa instead. Why are you here? This is, it isn't what it looks like. It's not like street vendor soba is my favorite food in the world or anything. Hey, what are you smiling at, you dummy? Oh, I'm so mad. Roar out. Samurai condenser. That's the thing to yell. I rolled onto my back, letting Sierra 10's lines wash over me as I gazed up at the ceiling. A bleak ceiling made of exposed metal plating. You chose this. There weren't any wood, whorls, or stains I could mistake for a person's face, as there were in my room at my parents' house. At the corner of my vision, a tin with a familiar design on it, laying atop my loft bed together with my piled-up arrowgate, caught my eye. Hey, that's... I hastily got up and climbed up the ladder to look at the top of the bed. A square, reddish-brown tin, about the size of B5 paper. The word shortbread appeared in white on the lid. Also, 1 second. There was no mistaking it. My treasure box. Okay. So I brought it here from home. And just didn't... Not that I had any memory of doing so. Good job, me. We're never going to see his house. And his parents don't technically exist. Like, clearly they exist, but, like, we're never... Not plot-wise. To be fair, Okabe had parents, too. They didn't matter. They could have not existed. It would have changed nothing about the story. I was quick to bring the can down and open its lid. Inside were test answer sheets, handwritten essays, torn out sketchbook pages, and the like. There were a few trinkets, and pretty much everything was paper. I took all of them out of the can and began searching for what I had in mind. I soon discovered it, because after all, it was right on top. Wasn't this like his opening bit of the game, talking about he had always felt the eyes on him? In fact, he even like wrote an essay on it in grade school. Like, wasn't that like one of the first things he talked about in this game after that like intro scene? I have to go back to the first episode, but I believe so. Whose eyes are those eyes? Grade 4. I often have dream, and I slip through just like a faded grid-style paper. You couldn't have said the letters there were well written, not even out of flattery. I wondered if some weighty secret were hidden in this essay, something Shogun would have good reason to be picky about. The meaning of what the old homeless guy had said, the most special among you. It's... It's really weird that it just happened to be on top of his bed. It was in a place clearly visible to him by just doing that. Basically, I guess he laid down in bed, but still. Or on the couch, right when he needed it to be, right where he needed it to be, with zero recollection of ever bringing it there. Until he caught sight of it, he was like, no, it's at my parents' house, I just don't want to go there. Also, I'm pretty sure this was originally, because in Japanese they write vertically, right? In like, sometimes at least, not always. Like, I know that sometimes you see like the vertical, so that's probably what this was. It was probably supposed to be like this way. If you get what I mean. And they just, but you could tell they faded it out, or like, we wrote English on this weird type of paper, yeah. So, well done. Like, they just kind of like smudge tool English writing. I caught my breath nervously and began reading with great care so as not to overlook a single word. Whose eyes are those eyes? Class 3-4, Nishijo Takumi. I dream a lot. In my dream, Big Me visits Little Me in a time machine. Oh, that's how this is starting. Okay. Okay. Excuse me. Big Me does not look like Little Me at all. The time machine has a lot of buttons, and I think a shower or shampoo or something comes out of it if you push them. I asked Big Me to show me how it works, and he said we could go see dinosaurs or even cavemen. He asked what I am bad at in school, and I said I am bad at math. He told me there was a switch that would make me super good at math. He got really angry when I tried to use it. I think he said I need to earn it by trying hard. He only got mad that one time, so he was nice and it was fun after that. He told me about the girl I marry. That's a secret. I also asked him about God. He told me God is real. I think God is real too. God is watching everywhere. Mom said you go to hell if you do bad things. I can never ever do bad things. I have to be kind to my little sister too. Ooh, he's taken all this to heart, hasn't he? Mom told me it was not God that watches you do bad things. She said it was a scary man. The scary man is the whose eyes are those eyes monster. You go to hell if he sees you. What parent is telling their kid these things? Huh? Who? God's eyes and whose eyes are those eyes are in the skies and the house and the walls and the ceiling and the school, and there are a lot of them, and they are watching me all the time. I think I should do good things because of that. I think you should do good things because doing good things is a great thing, and you should feel good helping people and being nice. Not because some mystery creature is going to send you to eternal damnation, but you know, maybe that's just me. Which to be good at math too? Oh man, yeah. Yeah, right? Like, it's a great way to make your kid paranoid forever. It embarrasses me because they still watch even when I need to use the toilet or take a bath. Also, since I was really little, I could dream when I closed my eyes, even though I was not sleeping. The inside of my head was like a video game or a manga. Every time I do it, the whose eyes are those eyes monster comes out, so I do not like doing it. I asked Mom, and she said not to do it. But while I'm writing this essay, I asked Big Me in my dream about the time machine, and he said he knew all there was to know. He said he would not tell me anything though because I'm just a kid. So from now on, I want to do tons of really good things so I can beat whose eyes are those eyes. The end. Wow. I don't really get it. The only thing I grasped for sure was that I had sensed God's gaze back then. Maybe I'd been quite the weirdo as a kid. In any case, it was simply impossible to try reading something into these incomprehensible contents. It seemed like it'd be more of a handful than deciphering hieroglyphics. That was when I suddenly noticed there was a doodle on the back of the essay. Come to think of it, I'd loved scribbling at the time, hadn't I? For instance, I'd always draw little mustaches and sunglasses on the facial photographs of the great historical figures who appeared in my social studies textbooks, and I'd use the corners of my notebook for flipbook drawings. Drawing became more and more fun to me, to the point that evidently someone bought me a sketchbook. Not that anyone had ever praised me as being good at art. As I soaked in nostalgia, I flipped the paper over to see what was drawn there. Huh. Oh. Wasn't that the formula that Shogun had talked about? It was a cryptic scribble. Hmm. Aw. It was cryptic, but it included just one thing. It included a lot of things. Oh, I'd seen very recently. IR2. Was it an equation or something with a separate significance? Or no more than a meaningless string of letters and numbers? I didn't know, but yeah. Shogun, uh-huh. It was the same as the equation Shogun had posted out of the blue when he first made contact with me in a chat. Whose eyes are those eyes? And IR2. Two key phrases found in an essay I'd written years ago. Key phrases I myself had forgotten. If Shogun knew them, it meant he truly must be making secret recordings of my thoughts. There's no other possible outcome or possible reasoning. That's it. Oh, back here. Bond read a file with ferocious intensity in Frieza's reception room, although it was one in name only, being a narrow space set apart by shelving. Okay. Opposite him, Yua shrank into herself where she sat. She had been incessantly peeking at Bond's expression for a while now. She was the very picture of a child showing her report card to her parents. Bond was reading a report on everything Yua had investigated up until now regarding the new gen cases and Nishijo Takumi, who, including things like a log of the chat between Takumi and Shogun on the day before the staking incident. According to your thoughts, yeah, but he forgot about it. Which means they clearly were recording his thoughts since he was a kid, obviously. It's not just a grand insane conspiracy. It's a grand insane conspiracy that's been going on his entire life. Okay? Clearly, Yua had concluded that Takumi really was the true New Gem culprit. How amazing. Did you find all this on your own? Yes, more or less. Yua lowered her face apologetically, even in response to Momose's words of admiration. She ended up gazing at the bag she'd left at her feet, and the Garo Froggy straps that hung from it. She was dealing with a detective and the president of an investigations company. They were the ultimate pros when it came to investigating. It would be unavoidable for those two to regard her child's play any... It would be unavoidable for those two to regard as child's play any information Yua, a mere ordinary high school girl, had independently discovered. But Bond, like Momose, was impressed by the high quality of her report. You got a pretty good angle here, well done. I'm especially interested in Nishijo Takumi's multiplicity. Yeah, Nishijo Takumi has multiple personalities, and while Nishijo Takumi, the original personality, is sleeping, another personality becomes active and commits the murders. Man, it's seriously fascinating stuff. But maybe a little distant from reality. There's the guy who's looking into whether gravitational waves underground affect people's ability to murder others. You think that the change in gravitational force fields, which is being influenced by outside forces, are making people do the new gen murders. And you're going to be like, I think this guy having multiple personalities is a little far-fetched. And magic swords. Yeah. Do you not think Nishijo-kun is the criminal? Say it plainly? Yua nodded, her face going a bit stiff. We in the police don't view Nishijo Takumi as a suspect. Really? Huh? Is that so? Not only Yua, but also Momose widened her eyes. Bond grinned ruefully, leaning against the back of the sofa. He folded his hands behind his head. At least, he's innocent in the staking. There were fingerprints stuck to the stakes pinning the corpse up. We obtained Nishijo's fingerprints and compared them, but there was absolutely zero overlap. No way. Yua immediately went pale and her lips started trembling. Now that everything she believed had come clattering down, Guilt over the horrible things she said to Takumi advanced on her heart. She kinda had, but she kinda had good reason to say those, you know. Thanks to the fingerprints on the stakes, we're almost certain of our suspect. I'd like to know, personally, though we haven't made it public to the media yet. By the way, it was Sua's achievement. Sua, the guy who has a definitely not Star Wars ringtone, and really seems to like Count Darth Spider. Suspicious, slightly. It's a wonder that you can loiter around here while Sua-chan tries his best out there. Truthfully, I got taken off the case. Huh? Higher-ups found out that I'd been slacking off on the main investigation to go learn about the GE rate and such. That could be why you... Yeah, that could do it. That was the reason why Ban wanted to tell his junior Sua that there was no need to go as far as calling to inform him of the 7th case. You really need to conduct yourself better. Well, I'm partially responsible since I told you about GE rates, but don't worry about it. And the thing about the GE rates also bothered me on a personal level. Well, Nishijo's still under investigation for everything except the staking case. Just because he didn't do that doesn't mean he hasn't done stuff. Your deductions could be correct, Yuya-chan. Do the police think Nugen isn't a string of serial killings by the same murderer? Still no idea. Yeah, they're all different enough to be like, how could you tell? Only, it seems like the 7th incident just happened a little while ago. Personally, I think there are multiple criminals. Oops, I sure talk about a lot. I'll get fired if they found out my mouth slipped. Let's keep it off the record. I like how both of them are currently talking to people and like, don't tell anyone I told you that. You get fired for telling that. It's lip sealed. Ban mischievously pressed his pointer finger to his lips. So, now for our main topic. Yuya tilted her head in surprise, as she'd been convinced the previous conversation was the reason they had summoned her here. I want to ask something about your school. Yuya-chan, do you know a girl named Aoi Sena? She should be in the same grade as you. After some thought, Yuya shook her head regretfully. I feel like I've heard the name, but I've never spoken with her. I see. Is she the criminal? You're caught up now. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, totally. Mia had bad times. Ayase had worse times. Yeah, and, you know, the math function comes back. Everything... I'm sure the drawing had some... The time machine. Yeah. Casual time machine. This is a switch that makes you good at math. We all want that switch. We all want that switch. But apparently our future self wouldn't let us flip it. I assume, yeah, but still, like... I can't believe his parents would tell him those stories. Yeah. Don't get me wrong, he sucks too, but clearly she had some influence on that. Only some, but whew. Nah, it's a totally different affair. I pulled an all-nighter yesterday because I was checking up on her, and Sua has a Count Darth Spider ringtone. I can't believe it's a count too. By the end, I hope every time they talk about Darth Spider, they add another thing to it, and by the end of the game, it's like Count Senior Lord Mr. Darth Spider Junior the 3rd, Senior the 27th, Esquire. When you were talking about what the lives of high school girls are like, Ban grinned and winked at the puzzled Momose, and then he swiftly turned back to face Yuya. For example, have you heard any rumors about a female student at your school who can perform incredible magic tricks? Yeah. I don't even know. I honestly didn't see any suspicion on him until that ringtone. Before that, I was like, I don't see it. But, and is a fan of Darth Spider. Yep. No, I haven't, but I really can't see where you're going with this. What are you talking about? Well, I got footage of her materializing a giant sword in the middle of the city area, but... For example, a magic trick like pulling a sword out of empty space. Count, exactly. Count Darth Spider. Oh, does she have a D-sword too? Yua raised her head with a jolt. Her expression was filled with shock. How do you... So she either has one or can see them. Opposite her, Bon too put on a surprised face at her reaction, though he'd asked the question himself. Do you have any ideas? After some hesitation, Yua nodded firmly. Where did you see it? In a tunnel near the station. Nishijo-kun and Kishimoto-san were... Assuming. And, oh, okay, so she saw that. Okay. Which means, I don't know if she has one, but she can clearly see him. 7th? Yeah, if she saw that, then she may not have one herself, but she's clearly capable of it. Oh. Yeah, that's what they said. Which is why I was counting Takumi, even though he doesn't have one. Yua summed up the chase scene that had taken place about 2 weeks ago. How she had gone to a manga cafe to see Nichijou Takumi. How he had run away from her when she approached him a little coercively. How she had frantically chased him through Shibuya, and how he had lost her at the end. And just as she was ready to give up, she saw Takumi and Ayase entering the tunnel. So I, secretly kept an eye on them from the top of the stairs. She made a clone of herself, in lingerie. Why? I don't know. They were talking about something on the lowest step. But I couldn't hear what it was. Then all of a sudden, Kishimoto-san took a sword out of nothingness. It was an incredibly big sword, one that wouldn't have fit in a bag. You're kidding. It's the same as what I saw. Except I didn't see Kishimoto. It was Aoi Sena, the girl whose name I mentioned earlier. Actually, there have been eyewitnesses reports about Aoi swinging a sword around coming in from several places in Shibuya. Yeah, she's not subtle about things. Maybe that sleight of hand is something trendy among Shibuya youngsters. Yes, that's the takeaway from this. But what I saw really didn't look like a magic trick, and... Did you see anything else? I don't know whether or not you'll believe me, and I haven't told anyone else about it, but at the time, Kishimoto-san didn't stop at drawing a sword. Yua cut herself off and slowly licked her lips. She appeared to be wavering over whether or not to say it. Her eyes swam around. But at last she captured Bon at her sights, as though she'd made up her mind. She divided in two. Almost like there was really two of her there. I was completely at a loss. Huh. Yeah. An oppressive silence filled the reception area. All three of them were embarrassed and unsure what to say. At any rate, I don't know what it's all going to lead up to, but apparently there are several people in Shibuya who can perform that kind of magic trick. Also, I've confirmed that both Kishimoto Ayase and Aoi Sena have made contact with Nishijo Takumi. Can't see it as being a coincidence. Nishijo-kun. So if she can see them, it means she also has evil in her heart and has the potential to wield a D-sword. I'm pretty sure he can only see it because she materialized it. And she did it in a place where there was a camera. I don't think he has the potential. I think she just made it real. I think. Because you can't cut something with it unless you make it real, and she'd cut that guy's backpack. Because there are definitely guys out there carrying around backpacks that have transmitters that are messing with people. We know that for a fact, and she knows that for a fact, and is punting the backpacks. Somehow, it feels like unreal things are all that keep happening around him. Yeah, doesn't it though? Maybe he can see them because he knows they exist, but I don't know. I still think it's only because she materialized it, but I'm not positive of that. That's just what I feel, but I don't think we've been explicitly told one way or the other. As Bon spoke, he suddenly recalled what he himself had said during his phone call with Suwa. It'd be so much better if we could attribute it to monsters or magic users. His mutter didn't reach the other two. Omase, disliking the oppressive atmosphere, sipped some of the tea her subordinate had carried over and took her breath. Next, she crafted a smile and made an attempt to change the subject by force.
ところで岩ちゃん、そのカ
The
バン
way
に
you
ぶら下がって
chan
るカエル。
those frogs attached to your
最近流行ってるんでしょ？
bag have been quite popular lately, haven't they? Yeah, Garo froggies everywhere. Ah, yes. You let out a relieved breath, wearing a face that said this had saved
なん
her.
て言うんだっけ？
What are they called again?
ゲロカエルン。
Garo
いろい
froggy.
ろ種類が出てるんじゃな
Aren't there a
かった？
bunch of different
種類くらい。
types? Around 10 of them.
はい。
Yes.
私はそ
But
の
I, got them from a friend, so I don't know much else.
詳しくは知ら
Why are such sloppy goods becoming the next big thing? I'm way more adorable, man.
バンちゃん、
In your
仕事は寝て
dreams,
から言いなさい。
Banchan. Ooh. Slap him down. I was joking.
私も
This creepy face. Yeah, she's definitely got an animation frame of face that's just a little. To be honest, I don't quite understand why they're so popular
あ
either.
ら、結構可愛いと思うけどね。
I've never actually seen Railgun, but I hear good things about it. Railgun and Index, I think, are like two sides of the same coin, give or take. I'm like, aware of the series, but I don't know much about it. Oh my, I think they're pretty cute. Your eyes are failing you, Momo-chan.
セロンは私の方が正しいって証
Doesn't
明してる
public
じゃない。
opinion prove me wrong or prove me
バン
correct?
ちゃんも買いに行った
You
方が
ought
い
to
い
go
わ
buy
よ。
one for yourself. Where can you purchase these things?
えっと
Yeah, that face. There are Garo Froggy specialty shops here and there. Specialty shops?
そこで
I think you can buy them there if you line up on a Friday. Friday?
毎週金曜日
The
に
new design goes on
新しい
sale
デザイン
every
のもの
Friday.
が発売になるん
Girls
です
who like them, call it getting the complete set and collect all of them.
コンプ
Gotta
リート
catch them all.
&-
Rogan, it's a spin-off, okay. Yo was in the middle of talking, but Bond stroked his unshaven chin as he put his head together with Momose. Friday, huh? Something that doesn't seem like it would sell well turns out to be a big fad. The GE rate goes up every weekend.
まさかバンちゃん。
It can't be, Banchan. The Garo Froggies are affecting gravitational forces. Yes. It's all coming together. Garo Froggies. I mean, we did have that suspicious scene last time. The guy working at the shady organization. The Oopas were the linchpin too. True. True. Nobody ever expected the Oopas to be the big thing. Back to the hospital. The friendly place with friendly people. When I showed my face at school on Friday, Musumu-kun suddenly invited me to go pay Ayase a visit in the hospital. He'd caught me by surprise, as it hadn't so much as occurred to me. And before I could reply, Remy inexplicably said, I want to come too. So I was compelled to go along with the flow and come to the hospital with him. I also feel like it is now super unsubtle that she can clearly read his thoughts. And we've already known for a while she can basically just teleport to him. But like, she can definitely read his thoughts. 100% likely. Right? Even ignoring the fact that she clearly talked to him that one time without moving her mouth at all. Ignoring that, she's not being subtle about it. And he hasn't picked up on it at all. For the record, I'm definitely not a cold person. Takumi. Really? I like how Takumi is super cognizant of some of the areas of how much he's messed up. But in others, he's like, oh, I'm not that. I may have deep-seated mental issues, and I may clearly hallucinate things that don't exist, and in fact do lewd things in them to people who I know personally. But I'm not cold as a person. Come on. Me. It's just that I thought it wasn't the time or place for me to act considerate of others, not with Shogun menacing me. Yes, because you have hallucinated a giant conspiracy theory around yourself. You shouldn't be nice to others. It checks out. Checks out. I don't want to die. After going into the front entrance and reaching the lobby, Misumi looked around as if he were at a total loss.
どうしたの？
What's wrong?
いや、
Nah, I was just wondering where Kishimoto's room is.
どこなんだろう
Did he
な。
come all this way here without knowing? If so, it would be too exasperating for
こ
words.
こは外来棟だよ。
Quick was totally Shogun, right? Probably? I mean, we know she had at least seen him in the hospital room. I feel like she also could have just been making an excuse and she was doing other things, but like, yeah, if she was with a person the whole time who'd been injured, yeah, probably. This is the outpatient
病棟
clinic.
は隣。
I still think more than anything, the single most suspicious person to me right now is the nurse. Not to say there aren't other highly suspicious individuals. No. Potions. No. But we are learning more and more that there may be reasons he's this way and potentially outside influences. But still no. Yeah. The hospital building is next door. But yeah. Nobody in this game right now is more suspicious to me than that nurse. Just so much. Still have to ask. Oh yeah, the thing is, I'll honestly be a little surprised if he ends up being like fully redeemed. After what are we at? We got to be in the like 40-hour mark, right? Give or take. I don't know. Do they show playtime? No, they show time of save, not playtime. But, like, I'm going to guesstimate about 40 hours in. And they have made 0 attempt to redeem him. I'd be shocked if after 40 hours of that, get a second protagonist perfect. Maybe. Maybe. Who knows? Like, even if they drop a lot of, there's reasons he was this way, okay. Doesn't mean I like him. You can have an excuse for it, but it's still just like, God, really? Daichin, get a hold of yourself. Tokyo's A.H. General Hospital. It was the hospital I'd attended in the past, and I'd been back shortly before this. As a result, I was fairly familiar with what could be found here. Unable to help remembering Dr. Takashina, I uttered a silent groan. Misumi-kun turned back towards me as he started walking towards the hospital building. So, what's a room number?
そんなの
How should I
わかんない
know?
よ。
This was a general hospital, so it had a lot of different departments. If I were to think about it,
多分
probably in the surgical ward?
でももしか
But
すると
maybe in the
精神科
psychiatric ward. Ayase hadn't appeared to have taken on many external injuries when she fell, and because planning to commit suicide by jumping off must have meant she'd been driven to the brink psychologically, it would make plenty of sense for her to be in the psych ward. For some reason, even I'd been brought to a room in the psychiatric department after the commotion at O-Front.
タクって物知り
You
だ
sure
な
know a lot, Taku.
常識でしょ
It's common sense. Common sense. Right, Taku? I don't think it's quite common sense. I wouldn't have known either without the experiences of having gone back and forth from this hospital countless times. Remy halted as we were about to enter the hospital building.
私お手
I'm gonna go wash my hands. Head on
先に
without
行っ
me.
てて
Suspicious. Why are you leaving right now? What number stream is this? Oh, we're up to like 10, 11 or so? Which would, yeah, put us at about 40 hours. She said, then waved a hand at us and rushed back towards the outpatient clinic. Misumi-kun and I thought it would be a bother to the other patients if we walked all around the hospital interior, so we ended up asking at the nurse's station. As predicted, they told us her room was on the floor for psychiatric patients. Okay, so we knew that. Hopefully they gave them the number. BRB gonna go murder. Who knows? Ah, we have a choice. It was an individual room about 19 square meters large. Do we go green? Do we go red? Just save it up either way. Red, alright. Apparently green got us a legitimately loving girlfriend, so, you know, that happened. When we entered, there was a bathroom included to the far right side. Like, that wasn't proven a delusion. She admitted she had strong feelings for him and loved him, and that they worked out. I mean, he clearly didn't pick up on that, but whatever, even though she literally said those exact words. There was a bathroom included on the right-hand side and a bed at the very back. The light of the setting sun shone through the window beyond it. The crucial ingredient, Ayase herself, wasn't on the bed. Judging by how the sheets were mused, she must have been there recently, but
どこ行ったんだ
where'd she go?
そ
Don't know. The window was open. White curtains fluttered in the wind. I idly approached the window. It's not that I meant to look at anything, nor had I thought of closing the window. Truly was something I'd done for no particular reason. I stood by the windowsill, and when I made as if to look up at the sky, a shadow flitted across. Something fell silently from straight above. For a second, my eyes met hers. Well, the shadows... Oh, yes, hospital security is a myth. The shadow soon vanished. Again, this is the psychiatric ward, Potions. This is literally... They put her here after she attempted suicide by jumping off her school roof and lived. And they put her here on a high floor where the windows open. Smarts. The shadow soon vanished. The sound of a violent impact reverberated from directly below. What? Oh, for the record though, Potions, she easily had the most messed up life of anyone in this game. She straight up had a flashback to herself being legitimately tortured in her last psychiatric ward. Legitimately tortured. Not like a, oh, that sounded awful. Tortured. They literally tied her to a chair with her arms behind her back, locked still, for 2 straight days, where every 5 seconds, a drop of water would drop on her forehead. 2 days straight. She was in that psychiatric hospital for 2 years. So, she's had a bad time. Bad time. So yeah, why wouldn't they... Yeah, why do the windows open in the psychiatric ward? Why would they open at all? Why not put bars on the windows? Why not lock the... I sank down in place. My body had started shaking. I'd realized what it was that had just fallen. Ishimoto Ayase. She'd plummeted from above and crashed. If I looked down from the window, she would surely be there, covered in blood, fallen, her brain fluid spraying across the ground. Yeah, that's the first thing she thought about, you know. His eyes met hers, that means she had roof access too? Why would that mean that, if his eyes met hers? Oh, I guess because that means she came from above? Oh, she definitely did come from above, you're right. But I'm considering the window was open, I assume she just climbed out the window and like climbed up a bit. That's just my guess. Why? I don't know, but I don't think she went from bed outside staircase. Otherwise, why would the window be open? Why open your window to take the stairwell? Just seems weird. But yes, absolutely, hospital security in visual novels is a myth. The Somnium Files really hammer that home, and we joked about it the whole time, and then subsequent games just prove it more and more. It's like parents in visual novels. You might talk about them. You might make reference to them existing. You're never going to see them. They're never going to impact anything. This hospital has that nurse. My eyes had met hers the second before she died. I was the last person she'd seen in her life. The last one to see Ayase alive was me. Like a moan, a scream surged from my mouth, unobstructed. I cradled my head. Hospital 428? Yes? I think so? Oh, the sad time side episode. You're right. Yeah. The big sad side episode. Okay, yeah. I don't think anybody escaped. Nothing happy happened in that episode, but I don't think anybody escaped the hospital, but nobody tried either. Looky Taku, there's a weird book. Misumi-kun called to me, startling me. I was standing in a corner of the hospital room, not by the window. I ran to the window, frantic, and looked down, but Ayase wasn't lying there. A delusion. Finding myself close to crumpling weakly in place, I barely managed to keep myself up by clutching the windowsill. Main game? Yeah, didn't they? I think they did. It was a ways back, but yeah, I think so. Hospital security is a myth. He'd taken a volume from the shelf in hand and was looking at it intently.
ヌーだぜ。
It's new, dude. New.
この雑誌。
Didn't realize this mag was still running. New was a specialty publication that focused on general information about anything occult related, like UFOs, aliens, psychics, religion, urban legends, strange phenomenon, advanced ancient cultures like Atlantis, and Uparts. Upa Erts? In Upa RTS! They made an Upa RTS a year before the Upas were actually released. That's how you get ahead of the curve. It made a lot of sense that ISA, who'd only ever talked about weird stuff, would read this magazine.
こっちの文庫本は
The paperback over here is, what? The Gladiol Saga? Sounds like a fantasy novel.
ファンタジー小説
I
っぽい
didn't know about that novel, but I remember hearing the word Gladiol. Where had I heard it again? I thought it had been rather recently, but... If I were going to go out with Kishimoto, I'd have to match these tastes of hers. Seems like a lot of work. Dude, you have a girlfriend. You have a girlfriend. We know nothing about her other than she chooses to date you, even though you clearly cheat on her constantly. Well, to be fair, we only know about the girlfriend via him. He could be lying about the girlfriend. And we only know about his success with the ladies via him, too. He could be lying about that as well. We never actually see him be successful with the ladies. We only hear him talk about how successful he is. Had he still not given up on dating Kishimoto yet, even though she'd rejected him with an instant KO before?
Huh?
Yeah, he's that guy. I abruptly noticed that ISA's D-sword was propped up by the window. Its form resembled a battleship in a sci-fi movie. What, it's not a mic stand anymore? Okay. No matter when I looked at it, it was a badass sword furnished with both beauty and cruelty. It was simply sitting there, but it gave off the same amazing sense of presence as ever. She swung the mic stand around like a sword, like... Misumi-kun didn't appear to have noticed the sword. Ordinary people couldn't see it after all. Excuse me. If I took it away without saying anything to ISA, would it become my sword? Damn hiccups, holy crud. If it meant I could get my hands on a D-sword without any effort, this wasn't the time to care about appearances. I want a D-sword, but I don't want to try it for anything. I don't want to work. I don't want to... None of that effort. Can I just take someone else's? Can I just steal it? I'm sure she wouldn't be mad. I'm sure she wouldn't know it was me. Just gonna go this way. Bye. And I'm sure his friend wouldn't notice anything weird about him walking over to the window, grabbing something, and then like dragging nothing behind him as he runs out the hospital. Sure, that would be normal. Desire rose within me. At least at this time it's the desire for a sword and not... That you can materialize that out of nothing. Yeah. I'm sure it would just vanish in his hands and reappear in hers. I gulped and timidly reached my hand towards the sword. I gripped its handle. I had meant to grip the handle, but my hand passed through it. All my fingers closed around was air. I tried it again, but the result was the same. I couldn't grasp it. I couldn't even touch it. Did that mean the sword wasn't real-booted now? Because, well, if it was, then he'd be able to see it. Because it hadn't achieved local shared recognition. It remained as nothing more than a delusion of Ayase's. An illusion. A dream. An afterimage?
何やってんだ
What are you doing? Misumi-kun put on a puzzled face when he saw me. 10 minutes passed, but Ayase still showed no signs of returning. Nor did Remy, who was supposed to have gone to the bathroom. To show up, I wondered where she'd gone. I wonder.
リミって
Does Remy know where this room is? We'd asked about the location of the hospital room at the nurse's station after parting from Remy. Maybe she was wandering around somewhere, unsure of where to go, and not asking
あいつ
anyone.
バカだからな
Because she's not too
俺た
bright.
ちみたいに
It wouldn't occur to her to
誰かに
ask someone the way we did.
探し
We're so smart, we thought about just asking a person. She wouldn't think about just asking a person. She'd wander around blindly and not talk to anyone. She's a silly girl. Should we look for her? To be fair, she does play it fairly dumb. I don't think she is. I think it's an act, but she does act that way. It'd be insincere if Remy weren't with me. I couldn't state for sure that even this hospital was safe. If Shogun were peeping into my thoughts, he must know about me being
そう
here.
だな待つのも飽きたし
It You must.
さくもあいつ
Yeah,
がい
you're
ない
right.
と寂しい
I'm
な
tired of waiting. And you've gotta be lonely without her. Haha.
なあぶっちゃけ
Aaron acted to
Limit
avert any
was
suspicion.
doing
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Hey, to cut to the chase, what's going on with you and Remy?
付き合ってんの
I'm asking you if you're
聞いてんだよ
going out. Haven't there been some real
What?
nice vibes between you lately?
付き合って
We're not
ない
going out. I mean, just yesterday, she embraced me from behind and admitted that she loved me, but I ignored her because I was looking at my computer screen, so we're not going out. My face went hot as I spoke. Me and Remy going out, huh? I'd certainly envisioned it countless times. I hadn't had any interest in the third dimension, but Remy's existence was starting to occupy more and more space inside me. But when Remy said, I'll be there for you, she also said,
そんなの
because we're
友達
friends,
だから決まって
obviously.
るでしょ
In other words, she only saw me as a friend. Of course, she wouldn't think of becoming involved in a romantic relationship with an otaku creep like me. Anyway, Remy was dense when it came to that sort of thing. Remy was dense. Remy was dense. Remy, the person who had talked about her feelings with him, to his face, well, okay, to the back of his head, let's be honest, but, it's her. Misumi-kun and I split up to look for Remy and Ayase. Misumi-kun had gone down the stairs, so I decided to search for the upper floors.
アミちゃんロハアミちゃん
Yes, that's what he heard. In the hallways, I passed an aging impatient who looked to be in his 50s. As he tottered along, he never stopped calling a person named Ami-chan. Ignoring him, I continued towards the far end of the corridor. I didn't have that much resistance to the idea of walking around the hospital. It must have been because I'd often come here in the past. Except my heart pounded at the thought that Shogun might appear around corners in the hallway, or from inside the hospital bedrooms with flung open doors. That seems logical, yeah. Besides, the strange scream-like cries I heard once in a while from somewhere or other were bad for my heart. Ryutaku's pro tag. The corridor was completely cream-colored. Some of the hospital rooms had their doors open, and some didn't. I peeked into many of them to make sure Shogun wasn't there. You're supposed to be looking for your friend. You're supposed to be looking for your friend? Slash girlfriend, slash the person most important to you right now, apparently. Just Shogun. You might find both. 2 beds were lined up in all the rooms, with human shapes puffed up under the sheets. Patients were probably sleeping there, except their faces were in my blind spot, and I couldn't see them. Okay. Few people were walking down the hallway. The aging man who'd called Ami-chan and a single nurse, at present. Those 2 were the only ones I'd passed. For some reason, I felt like I didn't really want to be here. The atmosphere was weighty. It wasn't unpleasant, but I got the feeling that I wasn't supposed to be here. As I went further, the hall turned as if it were breaking to the right. While I tentatively rounded the corner, I wondered if hospital rooms continued beyond there. No! Without warning, there was a wall in front of me. Moreover, as if the cream color throughout the rest of the hallway had been a lie, only the area at the end of the turn was coated in black paint. Yeah, he's seen Shogun in that one delusion where all of Shibuya had no people in it. Except Shogun. For some reason, my pulse quickened. I became incapable of moving a single step away. My vision shook dizzily. I thought it was vertigo, and closed my eyes, and when I rubbed the tips of my eyelids with my fingers, my eyeballs were twitching. Icy chimes came crawling up from my feet. Forgetting to breathe, I stood in place. I looked at the black before me. It seemed as if it would suck me in. It seemed as if it would swallow me. It's okay, it's a loading screen. It's a rendering error. Don't worry about it. Everywhere, a deep black. Even though nothing should have been there, someone was watching me from somewhere. Its gaze penetrated the back of my neck. Its presence was beyond comparison to when I was in my base. Don't look. Using all the emotional strength left to me, I closed my eyes. That instant, I became able to breathe and wheezed as I retreated. As I continued, I lowered my face and went back down the hallway as though fleeing. Panting, I hurried back to the floor with Ayase's hospital room. When I touched the nape of my neck, sticky sweat had started oozing out. Not just my neck, my whole body was sweaty. Again, his natural state of being. What the hell was it? Shogun looking in my thoughts? What a pretty yeah, no, you paint a tunnel entrance. Like a train tunnel entrance, a la Wile E. Coyote. God's gaze wouldn't go away. The difficulty I had breathing and my chills wouldn't lessen. My mood withered all at once. I just wanted to go home. I wanted to have Remy accompany me, and I wanted to shut myself up in my base. For starters, far from being pleased, Ayase would get aggravated if the likes of me visited her in the hospital. It was idiotic for me to tag along for Misumi-kun's visit, given his blatant ulterior motives. Then I'll go home. Before Shogun and Yua appear, they came and went without warning. They pinned down my location with ease. I had to stay braced no matter where I went. I swayed along, aiming for Ayase's hospital room, holding a hand up to the wall as I went. Praying that I would be able to join up with Remy, I slowly creeped along. Yamai-san is calling the same name again. Ami-chan. I heard her nurse talking from ahead. When I looked up, 2 nurses were walking this way. One was still young, while the other was a plump, middle-aged lady. What on earth could he be looking for? It's a famous ghost story in this hospital. They say there's an illusionary room no one knows about, and Ami-chan is hospitalized there. It's a rumor from years ago. I faced down and waited for the 2 of them to pass me by. I held my breath to keep them from noticing my wild panting. I could tell they were looking at me with unconcealed suspicion, but for now, all I could do was ignore them. For some reason, I can tell if that name is similar to someone we know. For some reason, I don't know if anybody here has seen the movie Little Miss Sunshine, but there's a moment late in the movie where one of the characters is like backstage at an event he's not supposed to be. And a bunch of people look at him and go, "Are you even supposed to be here?" And he just goes, "No," and keeps walking. And it just, that would be, if Takumi had any amount of smooth in his body, that would be his response there. But instead, just ignore him, don't breathe, go past, go past. After passing the 2 nurses and walking even more desperately, I reached the nurses' station. I should have reached Ayase's hospital room before this, but apparently I overshot it. I clicked my tongue and wiped sweat off my forehead. I sensed someone watching me again. The depths of my chest throbbed painfully. My ears were ringing too. I felt incredibly sick. My body was in the worst possible condition. Dude, you're so out of shape. That's coming from somebody who's also out of shape, but like, dude. Come on. Though it hadn't been like this when I arrived here, what was happening to me? It was amazingly agonizing, and I couldn't put up with it any longer. And I went to seek help from the nurses in the nurses' station. Man, it's so weird to actually see him. We're seeing more and more of him as the game goes on. It went from like never seeing him to seeing his face like shrouded to now we're just straight up seeing him. It's so weird. But only one was there. The single most suspicious person to me in this entire game. I mean the nurse. Also Takumi. Yeah, honestly, these are the 2 most suspicious people in the game in one frame, aren't they? Right here. She stood with her back to me, seeming not to realize I was there, and muttered something as she immersed herself in her work. She had a clipboard in hand. Something was written on the paper stuck on it. May the divine light save us. 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 Ah, I'd met her a number of times before. Nurse Hazuki-san. Of course, this was A.H. General Hospital Psychiatric Department. It was natural for her to be here. I myself had been under her care twice in only the past month. Oh, yeah, no, that was... I mean, she was my most suspicious person before that, but, you know, that doesn't help. That was convenient. If I dressed her, she'd soon come to attend me. Right then, a sound rang out, the kind of call that would give anyone an abrupt sense of strain. Startled, Hazuki-san set her clipboard down and manipulated something on the switchboard in her hands. The sound of the call soon cut off. Must have been some patient summoning her, since she hurriedly flew out of the nurse's station. Why hadn't she taken any notice of me? Even though I'd been in terrible pain close behind her? Do herself that too. I couldn't stay standing. I was horribly dizzy. Helpless, I entered the nurse's station to await her return. Finding a stool where Hazuki-san had previously been standing, I sat down on it. My head ached, similar to during the earthquake last week, but I thought the nature of the pain back then had differed. I wanted to drink something, perhaps because I'd been panting repeatedly. Breathing alone was enough to make my throat hurt. He is physically pained by the act of breathing. Physically pained by breathing. That's something. He said shave, yeah. Honestly, everything about Taku just makes even early game Okabe just seem like a saint. Like, yeah, Okabe obviously gets a lot better as the game goes by versus his initial introduction, but like, man, he seems like a hecking Adonis. He seems like he's the most in-shape human being to ever exist. He seems like a genuine thoughtful person, and a little chuny, but not this chuny. So he's basically a perfect person comparatively. I looked around idly. The clipboard Hazuki-san had been carrying, the drawing on it entered my field of sight. Eh? As she helped examine me, Hazuki-san was always writing something down on this clipboard, a gentle smile on her face. I thought it'd be temperature measurements or the names of medicines for prescriptions. Which is why I couldn't comprehend why it was drawn there. This is... Somewhere before, I'd seen this creepy doodle, or crappy doodle. I don't remember the doodle. Where? Where had I seen it? My head hurt, a stabbing pain. Was it Grim? Is she Grim? Oh man, crappy. No. Can't... Creepy? Don't look at me. I took the clipboard in hand. Several papers that looked like patients' records were held there. Flipped the first page. The exact same crappy drawing was on the second page. I turned still more pages. Same on the third page. Okay. Grim's trolling images showed Taku. Oh. And the fourth, and the fifth, and the sixth. All of them were scribbles repeating the same drawing. This drawing was... staking. Okay. The rooftop of an aged building in Shinshen. The container housing where Nishijo Takumi dwelt was now steeped in silence. It was the second time Aoi Sena had visited this place. I mean, it seems oddly logical. Man. The first time had been several days ago, after happening to come across Takumi with Kozue in the shopping district. She had covertly tailed him, and so she had pinpointed this location. Sena-san, I think you'd better stop. Kozuki doesn't like burglars. Oh, you're gonna steal... You don't want to see anything that's in there. Then why did you come with me? She said coldly and perfunctorily, without turning around to look at the slump-shouldered and dismal-faced Kozue. Sena had come here with the intention of stealing into Takumi's room. It shouldn't be difficult. The essay, all of his figures and eroge, a bunch of half-drank bottles of Coke. Nishijo Takumi wasn't normal. Sena had reached that conclusion after speaking with him several times. There was a clear dividing line between him and ordinary megalomaniacs, like her and Kozue. He was either the possessor of terrifyingly unusual delusionary abilities, or else receiving some sort of artificial support. Either way, the ambiguity of the existence known as Takumi nagged at Sena insistently. Something. Oh yeah, he looked in the fridge and it wasn't there, but she was searching for a man called Hatano. It was possible that Nishijo Takumi was connected to him in some way. There was no positive proof, but if he were even a little suspicious, she would confirm the truth with her own eyes and crush away each possibility one by one. By doing so, Senna believed she would reach her target without fail. I guess. The door was padlocked. Senna let out a small snort and swung down her already real-booted D-sword. The padlock smashed to bits instantaneously, so now he's gonna know someone was in, but okay. Takumi-san's gonna be mad at you when he comes back, you know? Senna had confirmed that Takumi had left school and headed towards the station with his friends. Besides, she wouldn't care if Takumi caught her. If that was what it took to achieve her aim, Senna thought nothing of being hated or having people report her to the police. Flinging the door open, they walked inside the room. Senna grimaced and groaned at the disastrous state of the room's interior, so much like a garbage heap. Dirty! In several ways. You seem to enjoying this, Kozue. Do you think we should take off our shoes? I think it would only be worse for you if you did. Sighing, Senna continued into the room without removing hers. So many dollies! Yes, we'll go with that. So, Takumi-san's a pervert! Amazing! You can literally read his thoughts in school, and you didn't know the most recent thing you heard him think about in school was literally molesting you in front of the classroom. You had to have known he was a pervert. You had to have known he was a pervert. Oh, she's the furthest gone of anyone except Takumi. For sure. I mean, she admitted to us with a smile on her face that her D-sword only appeared when she had a strong desire to murder people with it. So, you know. Leaving Kozue alone as she acted oddly admiring, Senna stood before the PC. She turned on the power without a moment's hesitation, and ran her eyes across the items on top of the desk as she waited for it to start up. Furrowing her eyebrows, she picked up an essay he had left there. Damn, Ramen, calling it early. Damn. Yes. It's Whose Eyes Are Those Eyes? Kozue, peeking at the essay from behind Senna, bounced in place in her overexcitement. Takumi-san was the Whose Eyes Are Those Eyes guy after all. Kozupi was righty pon. Sure, all those words made sense. In stark contrast to Kozue, Senna disinterestedly skimmed the essay and casually looked at the other side of the paper. A split second later, her eyes went wide with shock. This is... that which was drawn there. It was... ooh, lots of people. Is this a robot? Yes, clearly. It says IR2. Clearly means something. Senna-chan? The sound of teeth grinding leaped from Senna's mouth. Her expression was harsher than usual, and the hand with which she held the essay was trembling minutely with rage. I see. Ishijo Takumi, he was the culprit, the one who brought IR2 into the world. Senna let out a low, suppressed voice, and she crumpled the essay in her fist. Okay. The inside of my head clouded with fog, interrupting my thoughts. I left the nurse's station and wandered the hospital interior. I attempted not to think about what I'd just seen. Before I knew it, I was on the stairway landing, and Misumi-kun was standing in front of the window there, looking outside. What's up, Taku? You're soaked in sweat, and you're wet as a sheet. I guess you're always pretty pale, though. Were you running around looking for Remy? Well, that'll do you in. Don't you go overboard now. So neither of them found her yet, either. Wiping my sweat with my hand, I made a frantic effort to appear calm. I found Remy and Kishimoto, dude. He said, but I didn't see them anywhere around here. As I looked, he inexplicably pointed outside the window. There. Oh. Once I'd collected my breath, I walked up to the window. I could see the neighboring outpatient clinic from there. The outpatient clinic and the hospital itself were in different buildings, although there appeared to be passageways connecting them. They'd been constructed to stand slightly apart from each other. The hospital wing had more floors, and from this stairway landing we could just barely look down at the roof of the outpatient wing. It was arranged like a garden, with red flowers blooming in thick plantings. and must have been a restful place for patients. Remy and a pajama-clad Ayase stood facing each other in the very center of the garden. It seemed as if they were talking about something. The two of them weren't supposed to have been acquainted.
なんか
Don't they look weirdly serious somehow? Yeah. Almost as if they were glaring at one another. Also, it's been like... We know they waited for her in her room for about 10 minutes, and however long he's been wandering around doing his thing, I want to say a minimum of another 5 minutes. I'd honestly say 10. Realistically speaking, I'd say it's been 20 minutes. Okay. Almost as if they were glaring at one another, yes. Ayase took one step closer to Remy, and abruptly slapped her across the face. Even looking from here, we could pick up the fact that it was a blow into which she'd put all her strength. Ayase was leaving Remy. Since she was walking towards the passageway between the buildings, maybe she meant to go back to her hospital room.
今
Was that a bitch slap? Well, it was a slap. I nodded jerkily. Remy, left alone there, stood in place without moving.
あの二人ってトラブル
Is there some
抱え
kind
てんの
of
か
grudge between them? I hadn't heard about anything of the sort. I immediately concurred with Misumi-kun's proposal that we pretended we hadn't seen anything. Deciding to leave Remy be, we returned to Ayase's hospital room. The previous poorness of my physical condition had mostly improved. The presence of God's gaze, too, had vanished. That sickly feeling of mine began to seem like it hadn't been true. Oh. Misumi-kun walking ahead of me let out a small sound. When I looked up in reaction to him, Ayase was in the middle of walking straight towards us. She had hunched over a little, and her line of sight was lowered. Her footsteps were feeble, and her countenance looked pale. And yes, she wore a bleak expression. Ayase ended up bumping heads with us right in front of her room.
岸本さん
Yo, Kishimoto-san. Ayase lifted her face with a gasp at Misumi-kun's greeting, with his breeziness turned on full blast. I imagine he's just got a fan. His breeziness is just blowing wind. And then looked at me, and smiled in a way that also made it seem as if she were about to weep. Why was she smiling now? Because she'd heard about the disturbance at O-Front and knew of how I'd shamed myself? Or because she'd simply taken a liking to me? Yeah, for a guy who has no interest in three-dimensional girls, he's sure convinced that everyone who's ever smiled at him in any time ever is into him. The former would be devastatingly depressing.
俺たち君のお見
We've
舞い
come
に
to
来たん
visit
だ
you.
ねつうか岸本さん
Rather, Kishimoto-san, you're cute even in pajamas. He'd already activated his verbal playboy skills. What a fast reaction.
入って
Come in. Ayase, on the other hand, didn't coldly blow him off the way she had before, but instead opened the door to her room and invited us in. As soon as I passed through the doorway, she slammed it in Misumi-kun's face. He banged on the door for hours and hours, but nobody let him in, and nobody really cared. Nothing of value was lost. She seemed no different after having slapped Remy in the face on the roof. Was she doing a good job of hiding it, or was it purely that she dumped the thing with Remy off her back in the short period between then and now? As usual, I couldn't read what she was thinking.
やっぱ見舞いに来た
Yeah, he wants to be that, apparently.
今日は
We,
合格だ
we sure were right to visit her at the hospital. I'm feeling pretty good about my chances today. Misumi-kun struck a small victory pose out of Ayase's sight. Breathing violently through his nose, he charged in the hospital room. I reluctantly trailed after him. Truthfully, I wanted to hurry up and get home with Remy, but... Then again, I wasn't brave enough to call out to Remy now. I didn't know why it had happened. Well, she must be feeling down after having someone else strike out at her so hard. And I didn't have the words to encourage her. Yeah, the same guy that's like, you should have been thinking about me. I was lonely. You should have worried about me. You should have worried about me. I didn't call you, but you should have worried about me. Sees her get slapped on a rooftop and doesn't go, I'm going to go see if she's okay. No, he's with someone else. You know. He wants the entire relationship to be 100% one-sided of her just giving him everything he needs. It's fine. I mean, it's awful, but it's, you know. Ayase sat down on the bed. Misumi-kun, more nonchalant than ever, took a seat beside her. What audacious behavior! I unthinkingly reeled back at Misumi-kun's aggressive posture. Ayase cast a glance at him, then fixed her line of sight on me. When she looked at me straight on, I became unsure of what kind of face to make in response. In the end, I did one of these. and hung my head.
怪我ど
Oh yeah,
う
super
も
top
う
tier
だいぶ
relationship
良くなっ
goals.
てるみたいだけど
Mm-hmm. Your injuries. Looks like you've mostly gotten
なん
better.
か必要なものあるなら
If you need
遠慮なく言
anything,
って
don't hesitate to ask. I'll go
俺がすぐ
running to
買
buy
っ
it
て
for
やる
you.
ぜ
He focused intently on Ayase's hand. It seemed like he was scheming to hold her lithe and slender hand. Don't get me banned off of Twitch. No hand holding. No, don't do it. Don't do it. Would it be okay for me to leave, I wonder? Ah,
小説とかよ
you
く
read novels and stuff. Personally, I love the Gladio Saga. Have you heard of it, Kishimoto-san?
岸本さん知ってる
She's not stupid. She has to know he was already in her room, right?
匠
Takumi. Without answering Misumu-kun's inquiry, Ayase called my name.
君は
You're one of
グ
the
ラジオー
seven
ル
knights
の
of
七騎士の
Gladio.
一人よ
Huh?
Eh?
Yeah? She'd gone occult on me all of a sudden. I guess even the ruckus over her failed suicide attempt wasn't enough to change her fundamental nature.
やっぱり
We were indeed meant to meet. Quietly, simply, Ayase spoke. About a setting, I could only think of being some kind of middle school student's rebellious fantasy.
君の邪心は
The wickedness in you is tremendously powerful. You know, that's a hard truth. That's a truth. The wickedness in him is tremendously powerful. Yep. When you look up Nishijo Takumi in the dictionary, it says the wickedness in him is tremendously powerful, and that's it.
だからこそ
Which is precisely why you have the makings of an ideal Black Knight. I don't know why it would be the dictionary instead of like a encyclopedia or something, but you know, whatever.
君が今経
All of the
験している
suffering you are
苦しみ
now
は
experiencing is a
全て
divine
真
punishment,
罰
a trial sent down by the
王が
great
必死に
will.
それを乗り越えた
When
時
you overcome it, your D sword will be summoned to your hand without fail.
そして
It shall
現れ
appear,
邪心の黒き
the
大
evil
地
hearted black serpent,
あらゆ
the
る
same as
誤
us
解を
yet
飲み込み
different. It swallows all manner of destruction and can smite the body
ど
of
う
the
必
evil
要して
king.
現実なの
They're real,
グラ
both
ジオール
Gladiol and the D
かまい
swords.
たちがその証よ
Ama Itachi, the Japanese word for razor-sharp wind spirits, stands as proof.
実在しない現象は
Non-existent phenomena
後世の
don't
言葉
remain
と
as
して残る
words in
ことを知っ
posterity.
ている
Do you know its
この
etymology?
かまえたち
Ama Itachi, a brandished
そ
sword.
れは
It means our
理
D
想を
swords.
信じて
Believe me,
グ
Takumi.
ラジオールを
We'll
倒すの
defeat
よ
Gladiol together.
一緒に
Ah, Gladiol, I remember now. We have a choice. Red or green? We remember Gladiol now. We're the Black Knight. We're going to take down the Black Serpent, which is like us, but also worse and going to hurt people. But we can hurt it. It does makes me mad. Oh, absolutely, yeah. Green? Alright, one second. I'm taking a sip first, but... Green it is. I'd seen it when I'd first looked up D-swords. It had said the D-swords were swords that originally appeared in pseudo-epigraphia and other forms of literature discussing the legend of Gladiol. Misumi-kun quietly stood up and walked over in my direction. As he brushed by me, he put a hand on my shoulder and... I'm heading out.
外に出てるわタグ
Taku,
押
go
し
for
倒し
it.
ちまえ
If
よ
I'm guessing right, Kishimoto is totally into you.
岸本はお前に脈あり
While he's clearly misreading the situation, he's at least picking up on the... She's not into it? I'm gonna go somewhere else. And you know? It's better than most. Especially of his trope. That's honestly better than most. He can pick up on the... She just doesn't like me? I'm gonna go somewhere else. Cool. Bye. I can give him that. Yeah? I feel like most other characters of that trope would be like, no, this is a challenge. Now this is some sort of obstacle I must overcome to prove myself worthy. And he's like, cool, she ain't into me. Good luck, Taku. That's better than most. He's clearly still cheating on his girlfriend, according to him, on a daily basis, and brags about it. But like, apparently that's all consensual stuff, and he at least knows when to quit. Upon grinning mischievously, he really did leave. Afterwards, of course, I was left behind with Ayase. Oh. Oh, it's all warbly. Also, 1 second. I hate my nose. Silence. Ramen. We? We, you say? What terrible choices have we made, Ramen? That's true. 2 people said green, and I chose to click it, so yes. Though she's single-handedly gone on and on about her odd beliefs before, I say now look down, rolling and unrolling the hem of her pajamas over and over. That's true. Absolutely true. Would it be bad if I didn't say anything? But I hadn't understood a word of what she said to me. No, I was paying her a visit in the hospital, so all I probably needed to do was say something considerate about how she was doing and leave it at that. But considering how she was being hospitalized in the psych ward, it didn't seem like I could casually ask about her condition or anything. What should I do? At this rate, I would have been better off leaving with Misumi-kun.
Takumi.
They both just stand up. It's like, about time to be hitting the old dusty trails and just walk out of the room. Takumi. She gave me a start when she called my name. Ayase raised her face and extended both her hands towards me.
こっちに
Come to me. Didn't know what she'd do to me if I refused, so I took a single confused step towards the bed. Closer. At her urging, I took another step. Her hands touched mine. Seizing them, she pulled me closer still. She lowered her face again. She stared steadily at my hands. You saved me. We didn't do jack. We did nothing. I guess we did technically save her life, but I owe you my life. All of this seems so perfectly in character for her. Ramen, do you have the... So you know how it's... I've definitely mentioned before how everybody has a superpower that's just super small and like boring and like mundane. Is your superpower to just know what the lewd options are in this specific game? Is that your boring everyday superpower? You inherently know the lewdest options for specifically Chaos Head? That wasn't true. I'd only happened to save Ayase's life. For starters, I wasn't completely sure whether I had really been the one who gave rise to that flower bed. But it's always one of those funny things, like one of my friends, Vespa, used to have one that she said, things she dropped tended to bounce, and I always thought that was like the perfect encapsulation of like a boring, mundane superpower a person could have. Not like, oh, I can make everything rubber, and it's like, things I drop tended to bounce. It's like the perfect little... But now we also have the inherently knows the lewd options in one specific visual novel game. Thank you. Ayase's voice broke. Could she be crying? Tiny quirks, yeah, exactly. Like Sora's ability to constantly target themselves with that. Nah, I don't think that counts. I don't think it happens often enough. Warm sensation at the tip of my finger when I looked down, wondering what it was. Ayase had, for some reason, taken my pointer finger in her mouth. Wait. Please don't get me banned off of Twitch, Gabe. Please. Something soft and hot touched the end of my finger. It squirmed as though to envelop my finger and pressed between my nails and my flesh. And now it will be remembered forever. How the hell have things ended up like this? It is, but it's okay. Topaz had your back on it, too. Despite my bewilderment, I was unable to deny the pleasure of it, and I let Ayase do as she pleased with me. She was only licking my fingers. Why did it feel so... Oh, stop. All of a sudden, the pleasure changed to a jolt of pain. Ayase bit down hard on my finger. Ow, 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 stop, wait! I thought she'd chew me right down to the bone. It hurt that badly. Given his propensity to over-embellish things, she probably just was like, that. I thought I was going to chew down to the bone. It's Shogun's fault. Somehow Shogun made her do it. Once I frantically shook my hand, my finger finally slid out of Ayase's mouth. Terrified by her bewitching smile, I examined the bite wound on my finger. My finger, glistening with Ayase's saliva, there were tooth marks on it, and blood oozed out. The blood wasn't red. It was horribly black.
その血の色が
Color of your blood proves you're a black knight. Okay. By having such delusions, I somehow managed to get through Ayase's incomprehensible story. You know, you could also try listening or asking questions when you don't understand something. You don't have to go straight to delusions. You could, oh, sorry, like, I heard what you just said, but could you explain that to me? It doesn't quite make sense. I don't quite follow. I hadn't listened to a word of it, but she didn't notice. And she was spewing plot-relevant things, and I just went, but what if she bit down on my finger, though? Oh, wouldn't that be something? Just... She went on and on as always, earnestly talking about Gladiol and Wicked Hearts and who knew what else. I mean, clearly he doesn't know it's plot-relevant stuff. But it's a person you came to visit in the hospital to see how she was doing, and she's trying to chat with you for a bit. The least you could do is listen to somebody, excuse me, who has been historically trying to help you. She's specifically been trying to help you and been a force of, like, maybe not direct assistance, but like passive, like, I can give you some info. And the least you could do is just listen to her when she talks. And you're like, nah.
すべてはお告げよ
Everything is a divine message. Takumi's the worst. Takumi Y counter. We'd break it. We'd break it. Don't make a Takumi Y drinking game. You will die. Don't do it. Terrible plan. Even if you drink water, you will die. Don't do it. They've already gathered in Shibuya the 7 Black
あ
Knights.
とは
All that remains is for every one of them to awaken.
急がないと
If we don't hurry,
ジオールの
Gladiol will destroy the world. Okay, so we've got one person saying Gladiol is going to destroy the world. We need to awaken Black Knights who all need the D-swords. We have one person saying that this world didn't exist and we were all in a coma for a month. And who also likes to loop around on herself and might be grim and draws pictures of staking people. We've got Shogun, who's like, basically, depending on when we see Shogun, Shogun is either toying with Protag or off doing his own thing and doesn't care about Protag whatsoever. We've got Aoi Senna saying, hey, basically this is all virtual reality anyway. None of this is even real. People are manipulating our thoughts and our perception of the world. This isn't great. We've got Garo Frage being something. We've got Takumi not really being able to tell the difference between delusions and real life. There's so many, like, people being like, this is what's going on. But which of them is right? Any of them? The shoulders slumped in disappointment. Misumi-kun and I descended to the first floor of the hospital wing.
俺
I don't give a damn about Kishimoto anymore. You know, Taku, up until now, my policy was to let anything slide as long as the girl is cute. What's wrong? I can't face up to such a severe head case. Just gonna stay true to myself and go after Kozue-chan, dude. Good luck. Good luck. I'm pretty sure he might end up just bisected if he tries, but you know, he probably had it coming. Psycho nurse all along. I mean, that is the only other time we've seen that drawing, right? I thought that in itself was kind of questionable, since Misumi-kun did have a proper girlfriend and all. Yes, we know.
マジですごいな。
Amazing, for
岸本
real.
のあの脳み
I
そ
can't believe you
を
listened to
話し
Kishimoto's Neverland Dream Talk for almost half an hour.
俺尊敬して
Got
る
a whole new respect for you. Would you still respect me if you knew that I wasn't thinking at all about anything she was talking about? Actually, let's be honest, he'd respect him more. Yeah, if you told him what he was thinking about the whole time, he'd respect him more.
俺は3分も持たなかった
Didn't hold out there for 3 minutes. Me! You know what that means? No, I don't. I know this isn't what it means, but I still just want to read it as ooh ooh. Like, I know that's not that. But I still want to read it aloud as ooh ooh. Half-heartedly letting his words flow by, I walked along, wary of our surroundings. Then I caught sight of Remy standing dazedly in front of the outpatient lobby. The cool wind made her hair stir against the side of her face, which lacked its usual good cheer. She seemed to be brooding somehow as she gazed up at the dusk sky.
おーい
Hey, Remy! When Misumi-kun called out to her, Remy looked our way, and all at once her face started shining, and she gave us a big wave. The shape of her hand reminded me of the shape of the massive handprint on the side of her cheek. Like she'd been slapped super hard. Finally found you. Playing dumb now, too, yes. I was relieved when I saw her smile. I impulsively ran up to her. Like, there's so many things about her that are just subtly off. But Takumi's just so blind, he doesn't notice. So many things, and he's just like, that's Remy. Remy appreciates me and will be there for me. Remy gives me everything I want, and I don't have to give her anything. Remy's the best. Remy can also read your mind. Remy also seems to be able to enter your house without making a sound or opening any door. And Remy just confronted the person who seemed to be giving you a plot-relevant dump about information that could have been relevant to you and angered her to the point of being slapped. The one person he should be paranoid about. Yes. He doesn't see it. He sees paranoia and suspicion in everyone and everything. Except Remy. Not her. Well, I couldn't very well hold her close or anything next, so all I really did was run to her. What an emotional reunion, Taku. I'm glad to see you again. It must have been roughly an hour at this rate. Or maybe a bit less. 40 minutes? If we say they waited in Ayase's room for about 10 minutes, he went looking for about 10 minutes, they found Ayase and she talked for 30 minutes. Close to an hour. Plus or minus.
どこほっつき歩いてたんだ
Where were you moseying around? I didn't know where her hospital room was. I wandered all over the place.
ひどいよ。
You guys are awful, ditching me like that. Remy made a show of pretending to cry. He left and said go on without her, by the way. So even if she wasn't just playing dumb as an act, she said, I gotta go wash my hands. You guys go without me.
お前が先に行けって言
You're
った
the one. Okay, you're the one who told us to go on ahead. So I did.
で、岸本さんには
So, did you guys get to see Kishimoto-san? As I nodded, I could tell Misumi-kun wore a blatant smirk besides
お
me.
前
Kishimoto bitch slapped you, didn't she? I thought we agreed not to talk about that. I wonder what you're talking about. Apparently, Remy wanted to hide the fact that Ayase had hit her. Even though I thought we were going to avoid bringing it up, Misumi-kun learned to read between the lines. Excuse me.
隠そうったって
No point trying to hide it. I saw the whole thing from start to finish, like a nosy housekeeper.
某家政婦のようにな
So much for not mentioning it. What? So you found out?
バレてたのか。
Sighing uncomfortably, crestfallen, she looked tentatively up at my face from below. Did you see it too, Taku?
そうだ
Yep, Taku and I got a good hard look at the decisive moment. Don't say it. Haha, what? That makes me seem stupid for trying so hard to keep you from noticing. Well, we've, also onto a new, save screen. Oh, darn. Oh, we went through all of them. I'll just start cycling back to the beginning. Didn't realize we made it through. We have been saving pretty much everywhere. Red? Why not? Alright.
屋上に行ったら
When I went to the roof, Kishimoto-san happened to be there. Why were we on the roof when you were looking for her room? So I ended up asking her about something bothering
そ
me.
したら
Seems like I
機
ruffled
嫌
her
損ね
feathers.
たみたい
Something bothering her?
なんだよ。
What do you mean, something bothering you?
ね
Well, you see... Oh, this looks super not like a delusion.
もうずっ
I
と
asked her
この
about how she
病院に
must have been
入院してた
hospitalized there the whole time.
どういう意味だ
What's that supposed to mean?
あのね
The truth is, Kishimoto-san was never
退院なんてして
discharged.
なかったの
Sounding a tad proud of herself, Rumi began revealing some shocking news about Ayase.
たまにしか学校に
The
来な
reason
か
she
った
only came to school once in a
この
while
病
was
院
because
と
she'd been
裏で
attending from the
通ってたから
hospital
ラ
without
イブだった
permission.
の
The same goes for her concerts. So what you're saying is there was actually less hospital security than we imagined to begin with in this delusion.
そして
And as for the New Gen murders, they're delusions she produced, which she enacted with her own
ファ
hands.
ンタズムの歌詞なんだ
She made each incident happen the same way it was described in Phantasm's lyrics in order to bathe in the resulting attention. And you confronted her with this, and the end result of it was you got slapped. No police involved, nothing else. Just, I know who did the New Gen murders. End of scene.
それが私の推理した
According to my deductions, that's the true nature of the New Gen cases.
思い切って
Back there,
岸本さ
I
ん
took the
本
plunge
人
and tried
に伝えて
confronting
みた
Kishimoto-san herself about it.
そしたら
And then she hit me. This isn't the time for ta-ha-ha. Anyone would get pissed off if you treated them like a murderer without any evidence. Ah, but Remy hadn't gotten mad when I treated her like a murderer, had she? Clearly why she's better than everyone. Honestly.
でも
But my reasoning can't possibly be wrong. Haku, be careful. Kishimoto-san
気
is
を狂ってるよ
insane. I couldn't believe Remy would say such a thing. I thought I'd misheard her or something. The more this game goes on, the more it truly cements the fact that the only halfway decent human being in this game is his sister. She's the only one. She's the only halfway okay person. He teases her brother a little overmuch, but even then, underneath, you confirm that like she actually does care. And that automatically puts her as the single best person in this game. No contest. Like, there's no competition.
私は正常よ
I'm sane. Eh? The voice with strong projection resounded around us. When I looked over, Ayase was standing at the entrance to the hospital building, her D-sword in
全
hand.
ては大いなる意志の
Everything
導き
springs from the guidance of the Great Will. She shouted, brandishing her sword, and lunged towards us.
おい
Oh, time to run! Haku, what should we do?
どうしようって
Asking me what to
グラジ
do?
オールに
Glory to the Gladio! Ayase was clearly off her rocker. She steadily barreled towards us. Shit, better run. She'd kill us if we don't run. My excessive panic made me trip. I fell over ostentatiously. Oh darn. Kumi might die. So anyway. Oh yeah, who knows? We don't. And I hope she's okay.
諦めろ
Leave him, Remy. Wow. Remy and Misumi-kun abandoned me as they escaped. I stretched out a hand towards their diminishing backs.
置いていかないで
Wait, don't leave me behind.
死ね
When I turned around, Ayase was right in front of me, her sword raised high overhead. And he died. Game over. Darn. Awful.
おいタグ
Oh, Tagu, what are you zoning out for? Let's get a move on. Misumi-kun was calling me. Next to him, Remy waved a hand at me. I looked around, blinking. I didn't spot Ayase anywhere. I didn't have any wounds whatsoever. She hadn't cut me down. A delusion.
そうか
Why can't that be the delusion that he makes real, huh? I thought she'd killed me. Such a scary Ayase belonged only in my
タ
delusions.
グ
Taku, hurry up, come on. I hastened to chase after the other two. As the three of us walked along side by side, we passed through the outpatient lobby. Apparently, they'd already stopped receiving outside patients, and you could have counted the number of them left in the lobby. It's the same picture of the lobby. Except there were about 10 people gathered in front of a big LCD TV set up by one of the lobby's corners. Never a good sign. I wonder what it is. helicopter footage of her just being slapped on repeat, just for like 3 minutes straight. Another new gen, you think? Wasn't there one just like yesterday? I went rigid at Misumi-kun's carelessly tossed off words, but soon Remy said nothing. Casually held my hand. Thanks to the warmth of her hand, I managed to scrape by without any further cowering. I had the sensation that my strained heart was smoothly melting away. Remy was my support. Remy reassured me. Remy stayed with me. Parts of her were overly optimistic, but as long as she was by my side, I could just barely hold up under the terror that assaulted me. Too hot for Twitch. Yep. I was so glad Remy was there for me. Hey, you guys, come take a look. Misumi-kun, who had gone up front of the television at some point, beckoned to me and Remy. All the other people gathered around there, elderly patients and young patients and even nurses, had their eyes glued to the TV screen. What on earth was there? Want to see? I'm sure only good will come from this. When a bunch of people are gathered around a TV screen like that in a hospital and not really talking about like, oh man, look at like how great this show is. Isn't this just like the greatest new, like, I love her singing voice. Nothing good's going to come of this. Remy pulled my hand and I moved with her to a position from which we could see the TV. And I fearfully took a look at the screen. Upon seeing the banner text displayed there, I was stunned. Oh. New Gen perpetrator arrested. It was news about the arrest of the New Gen perpetrator, but didn't Bond say that they thought it was multiple people? But that they hadn't told the news outlets that. Yep. I repeat, at approximately 3 o'clock this afternoon, the Shibuya Police Department arrested a suspect in the September 29th homicide commonly known as the staking. One of an outbreak of murder cases in Shibuya called the New Generation Madness. The murder suspect under detainment is Komaeda Shingo, 25 years old and unemployed. As was stated in the Shibuya Police Department press conference held a short while ago, he is at present only considered a suspect in the murder of Ota Hisashi. Their current stance is that hereafter they plan to explore possible charges related to the other cases as well. Wait. As was stated in the Shibuya Police Department, he is presently only considered a suspect in the murder staking, but oh no, never mind. The doctor was the guy with the no brain. Okay, I had the names mixed up. The doctor was the no brain victim, not the staking victim. Okay. Komaeda has acknowledged his homicide charges with respect to Ota. Ota-san was real persistent about chasing after the woman I've been going out with, and I finally snapped and strangled him, but he was a zombie and wouldn't die, so I stopped his movements by pinning him in place. Huh. Such were the incomprehensible contents of his testimony. The police investigation revealed that Komaeda is not currently in a relationship with any woman, and they also suspect him of potentially being on drugs. Believe it. As it all unfolded, the TV screen showed live broadcasts of the suspect about to be transported by car. The screen blinked violently with the flashes of the lit up cameras belonging to the reporters thronging all around. The suspect had a jacket covering his head, preventing me from making out anything whatsoever about his appearance. Taku. Remy's hand squeezed mine harder. Still gazing at the TV screen, she murmured to me, "You weren't the culprit or anything after all. The guy called Shogun was only playing a prank on you. Even Kusunoki-san was simply mistaken in her reasoning. See, this resolves everything. You don't have to be afraid of invisible shadows anymore." She was right. The data imminent of the staking perpetrator automatically meant I wasn't the criminal. I wasn't a sleepwalker, nor did I have multiple personalities, which meant my normalcy and sanity had been proven. No. Ignoring the fact that we saw, as viewers, that he clearly was sleepwalking and posting on 4chan as Shogun. Ignoring that. You are still one of the furthest things in any game I've played from Normalcy and Sanity. So, and that's ignoring that. That's ignoring the fact that we saw you sleepwalking and typing as another person. Totally ignoring that. At the same time, it also signified a denial of the blood-soaked Remy I'd seen there. That hadn't been reality. Surely it was one of my delusions. Literally a sentence apart, or a text box apart. My normalcy and sanity had been proven. Surely it was one of my delusions. Like, yeah, okay. It was the end. The nightmare that had gone on tormenting me for close to a month had now ended. I would have to cower in fear of shadows and cover in fear of God's gaze, and frantically try to obtain a D-sword. No longer. Despite that, why was it? A sense of dissatisfaction with this explanation lingered in the depths of my chest. It didn't ring true that Shogun would stalk me for the sake of a mere hoax. But maybe I found myself thinking about it that way because my sense of what was regular had gone numb over this past month. The cell phone I'd left in my pocket started vibrating. Though I'd set it on vibrate, it was nevertheless impermissible to use your phone in a hospital. Well, I was about to say, he's right by the exit, so I let go of Remy's hand, went outside to the front entrance, and to okay up my cell phone.
Hi.
Yes? Ooh.
誰?
I braced myself. Maybe I would hear, "Let me pass" again. I quickly checked the caller's name. But it was from an unknown number. I had a bad premonition, and I was about to hurry up and end the call when... Oh. The one good person in this game. What I heard through the phone was horribly anguished and undeniably Nanami's voice. Yeah, you gotta hand it to her. She doesn't seem to be doing pretty well. Nami. Give back Nana's right hand. Oh. Yeah, we're just gonna cut to Garo Froggy. That's fine. That's okay. That's that's good. Yes, okay. The Garo Froggy specialty shop was called Froggy's Pad. They'd most likely been aiming to leave a good impression on customers with a bit of a pun, but frankly, it was at the level of a granddaddy's gag, Bon thought with a sigh. Right, like, any other game should just be like, oh, you're a person, but here it's like, you're a shining beacon of the goodness of humanity by not being awful. There were currently 20 Froggy's Pad stores under development in the capital metropolitan area, and they were also said to be in the midst of further expansion. Jeez, for something that's been out for 10 weeks, they said? There were 10 of them, right? Released weekly. That's a popularity. Bon was visiting the first store among them, a shop in Harajuku that Garo Froggy fans considered sacred ground. But Bon quickly regretted having come here. Say, Yua-chan, may I leave? He muttered quietly to Yua, who had accompanied him and showed him the way to the store. When the phone was just ringing, that was Thursday. Are we at Friday now? But didn't Momose-san ask you to buy a Garo Froggy for her? I really don't fit in here, being my age and all. Ooh, yeah, it's true, though. It was located along Takeshita Street, and young people were merrily strolling down the road in front of them, but most of them passed by without a glance at the shop. That's a lot of a Froggy. There were people inside the small store interior. Even now, there were only about 5 people, including Bon and Yua, and all of them except for Bon were high school girls. If a dull-looking man like Bon walked along Takeshita Street with Yua, surely those around them would assume he had something lecherous in mind. And then, looking like he was buying a trendy mascot character for her, he'd come across as the stereotypical dirty old man. Melancholy settled over Bon. top of that,
なん
somehow it feels like someone's watching me. Could be because I gotten too self-conscious in my old age, though.
それ
Ah, it's the same for
私も
me.
最近誰か
Lately
の
I've
視線
sensed
を
someone's
感じて
gaze, once in a while. It really frightens me.
なんで
No, so it wasn't just me.
ゆあちゃんの場合
I'd be more worried about you if a stalker had his sights on you.
付け狙われてた
Wow, that's
怖い
yeah.
こと言わないでください
Way to say happy and uplifting things.
ねえ安心して
Relax. If there was someone like that, I'd put him in cuffs for
俺が
you.
逮捕してやるから
Ending that line of conversation with a grin, Bond gazed fixedly at the various frog mascots left on the shelves.
ところでゆあちゃ
By
ん
the
の
way,
これは
Yuo-chan,
何
how many
だ
times have you been here now?
私
It's
も
my first time
初め
too.
てです
あんまり客がいねえ
There
な
aren't too many
静
customers.
かなブームってや
Is
つ
it a quiet sort of boom or something?
金
Um,
曜日から
I hear it's
日曜日
amazingly
にかけて
crowded
は
from Friday to Sunday.
つまり
I mean, only on the
新
weekends
作
when
が
the new
発売
items
さ
go
れ
on
る特に
sale.
金曜日はものす
People
ごく
say
並
there
ば
are
れ
especially incredible lines on
学生の
Fridays.
ために
It opens at
18時に販売開始なんで
1800
す
to
けど
accommodate students, but according to the rumors, those queues alone are enough to completely fill up Takeshita Street.
週末だ
Only on the weekend, huh? More and more suspicious.
ますます
Is it, though, that something that would aim exclusively at high school kids would be more popular on the weekend and would tether themselves to that? Is that really weird? Really strange? For now, Bond picked up Teary Garo Froggies, which had been released last week, and took them to the register. Yua, apparently not intending to buy any, trailed after him.
射精
Welcome. The store clerk was a dumb-looking man in his 20s with green-dyed hair. His ears were pierced, and he wouldn't have seemed like an employee if he hadn't been behind the register. At least he didn't look ready to be dealing with customers. But to be fair, that's a mood. There are definitely many days when I was still working at the grocery store where it's like, not ready to deal with customers. The clerk stared unreservedly at Bond and
娘
Yua.
さんへのプレゼントって
Present
や
for
つ
your
か
daughter?
ええ
Yeah,
そうなんだ
pretty
こ
much.
の子が
She said she wanted it no matter what.
たまに
Well, I gotta
父
act
親らしい
fatherly
ことやる
once in a while. Bond put on a friendly smile and bowed repeatedly at the younger cashier. Yua was looking down, a startled expression on her face, but he went on playing at being her father anyway.
それより
More importantly, I'm interested in these frogs. Could you tell me a little about them? Are these gecko froggies really all that popular?
牛がゲロカエル
Actually, it's
バンバン
Garo
人気あっ
Froggy.
てやばい
They're
っす
crazy bang popular, man. It's out of this world.
ああ、ゲプカエルね。
Gepu
いつも週
Froggy.
末に新作が出るんでしょ。
Do the new ones always come out on the
ゲロ
weekend?
カエルんだって言ってん
Seriously,
じゃんマジ
I'm telling you, it's Garo
っていう
Froggy.
が新
And
作
like,
とかそういう
don't say
言い
the
方
new
マジやめてよ
ones.
新ガエルだから
They're new froggies.
金土日と超
There's super huge lines on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, and they sell like mad. It's totally bang whack. They sell like mad for
バンバンっ
real.
すよマジで
Like totally bang wild, I mean it. Yua abruptly wrinkled her eyebrows. There was something off about that cashier's speak quirk. The words bang. Why did he emphasize them so much? It probably wasn't intentional, but Bond had the hallucination that this young store clerk was using his name without any honorifics.
これ、メイドイン
It says on the label that it's made in China, but do you know who the maker
メ
is?
ーカ
Ah,
ー
maker?
ゲロカエル
Look, Garo Froggy doesn't have a parent brand or whatevs. Garo Froggy is just Garo Froggy, you know? Doesn't it end
おっさ
there?
ん待ち受けんだけど
You like, wait, don't get it,
教え
Pops.
とくと
I'll tell you for the record, but nobody makes Garo Froggies. They get bang born.
うーん
Even Bond seemed likely to explode if the conversation went on any longer, so he stopped it there, paid, and left the store.
ち
Jeez, talk about not training your employees.
ねえな今時の若い
Kids today can't even carry on a proper conversation. Anyway, what the hell was up with his appearance?
そ
Indeed.
そうですね
Yua came to an unforeseen halt. She clutched the edge of Bond's suit, pulling him up short.
見てくださ
Please,
い
look,
バンさん
Bond-san.
どうした
What is it? A white 2-ton truck was parked in the direction where Yua pointed. Some people were in the middle of lowering cardboard boxes from the back of it, and they kept on carrying them over to the back of the Garo Froggy store. Oh, must be the new Geji Froggy, the one going on sale tomorrow.
あのゲロカエル
It's
んです
Garo Froggy.
ゆあちゃん
Nice work spotting it, Yua-chan. You're great.
いえ そんな
No, Normally the side of the truck would have included the company's name on it, but it was painted blank white with nothing written there. Except the Garo Froggy cardboard boxes being hauled out of it did feature a Garo Froggy illustration and the company name. Shinku Incorporated. You ever heard of them?
えっと
I haven't.
ありません
Which means it's time to ask for Momo-chan's help. Yeah, that makes sense. Back to Frisia. After parting ways with Misumi-kun at the station, I went back to my base. All the while, I felt as if I were wandering around in a nightmare. I feel like every time we see his building, we just hear like ominous crows. Nanami's various facial expressions appeared and vanished in my head. She was straightforward in how she showed her emotions. When she was mad, she'd puff out her cheeks in a big pout, and when she was happy, she'd smile so much I got embarrassed just from looking at her. No, it's fine. He's just going home. Don't worry about it. It's just whatever. Just gonna go home. Whatever. Don't get me wrong. Haku's garbage. But he got a call from a mysterious number that he thought was his sister talking about her right hand. And then it cut off. Like, even if we had a good protagonist here, what clues were there to look for her? Like, yeah, going home and doing nothing about it is clearly the wrong answer, but like, what could he really do right now? We know he won't call the police because we know he thinks it's all just Shogun messing with him, so like, but he doesn't even seem overly concerned. He's just like, oh man, I'm gonna miss her, aren't I? She had expressions. She liked to wear emotions on her sleeves. Shame. True, call or sell. Each of these expressions in my memory set my heart into a tumble. The phone call. What exactly had the words Nanami conveyed to me meant? The bandage I'd seen her wearing wrapped around her wrist before at school, was it really... Where was Nanami now? At school? Or had she already gone home? That's true, he only gets calls. He views his cell phone the way he views girls interested in him.
転んじゃうよ
Other people should do all the work. He doesn't make calls. He doesn't give any emotional support to his female friends. They help him exclusively, and people call him exclusively. Taku, come on, you have to look ahead of you when you walk. You're going to trip. That'd be awful if he just tripped and tumbled off the side of the building. Just awful. Terrible. We came out into the roof, Remy supporting me as we went.
どうしたの
What's up? Well, what could be up? Could green be up? Could red be up? Could be either. I feel like these are always my cue to have some hydration. Yeah, more greens? Alright.
これから
I
実家
think
に帰ってみよう
I'm
と
going to my parents' home next.
これから
Now?
急だ
That's
な
pretty sudden.
歩いても30
Even
分も
walking,
かからない
it
と思
takes
うんだ
less than half an hour.
それでその
And,
一緒について
I'd
き
like
て
you to
ほし
come
い
with me. I made my request to her, so nervous it felt like my heart would leap out of my mouth. I myself was a tad surprised I'd be able to put into words and actually say it. Before now, I hadn't been capable of asking favors of people.
分かった
Yeah, okay.
ねえ
Say, will you introduce me to your family?
ご家族に紹介してくれ
Yeah? I love how many of his delusions are like the happy, upbeat music. Rumi wore a slightly impish expression as she took a peek at my face.
タクのお家にお邪魔
If we go to your house, won't we run into them? I was wondering what you were planning on doing about it. So what'll it be? Weren't those sorts of events supposed to take place after you become boyfriend or girlfriend? She already confessed to you, you idiot. You just didn't even notice because you were distracted by your computer. And I don't think that's the first time she's mentioned it either. Excuse me. Yet Remy and I weren't in that kind of relationship now. Stupid hiccups. Hold up. What's with this now? Did I think there was a possibility of us becoming a couple somewhere down the line? You could just say you liked her now and you'd be a couple, but... what am I saying? Am I really rooting for Takumi to be happy? No. Sure, Remy was awfully friendly towards me. But when you get down to it, I'm a dirty otaku, you know. I do know, and you're right. There's no point in expecting something. Give it a rest. Don't think so highly of yourself, me.
タク教えて
Taku, come on. Tell me.
え
How should I respond? If I said I would introduce her to them, I felt like it would be obvious I was getting ahead of myself. If I said I wouldn't introduce her to some of them, it hurt Remy's feelings.
あーもう
What you're saying is, you don't have a girlfriend. You just have a
はっきり
girl
言ってもらっちゃおうか
who
な
would be really sad to hear you say that you didn't have a girlfriend. That's what you're saying? Oh, geez, how exasperating. At this point, I might well go ahead and say it straight out.
紹介して
Introduce me.
はい
Sure. So coming to surprise, I nodded, but Remy seemed satisfied with this answer of mine.
計算通り
Just as planned. All of a sudden, a familiar voice reached my ears. Oh, hey, look, she's perfectly fine. This was all a ploy to just get him to introduce... Honestly, this would still be a good ending if this was real, but, you know. When surprised, I looked in the direction the voice came from. For some reason, Nanami was poking her head out of the shadow of the container housing, with a smile on her face.
ななみ
Nanami? Why was she here? On top of that, she was excited and smiling as if the dire voice I'd heard on the phone had come from a different person altogether. Bewilderment made the inside of my head go white. Disregarding my discombobulation, Nanami came running over in light footsteps.
イ
Yay!
エーイ
She exchanged a high five with Remy. Why? From her attitude, it almost seems like she knew Remy. I hadn't heard anything about these two knowing each
び
other.
っくりした
Did I surprise you? The truth is, everything was part of the battle plan I made with Remy-san.
そ
Battle plan?
名付
Yeah,
けて
it's named Operation Let's Make Remy-san and Bro's relationship an established fact. Good name.
お兄があんまりにも
You're so shy and you weren't noticing Remy-san's feelings at all, so I helped her
マ
out.
マが協力したの
No way.
じゃあお前
Then the bandage on your wrist and the phone call from before. All part of the
お
plan.
兄から
Because you got seriously worried about me, I almost burst out laughing. Nanami smiled without a trace of timidity. It went straight to my head. Yoro.
ごめんね
Sorry for tricking you,
だからレ
Taku.
ミさんも謝らな
You
くて
don't have to
いいよ
apologize, Remy-san. It's his fault for being super dense. Yeah, it's true. I fell heavily to my knees, the aggravation of having been taken in. She talked about it like she was making fun of me for being sincerely concerned about her. I didn't like it. I really didn't like Nanami's way of doing things. But more than that, my worries had ended as groundless fears. Nanami was not only safe, but thriving. If only it wasn't all warbly here, we could be like, she's not only safe, but thriving. My relief over these things won out, and all the tension came flooding out of me.
タク
Taku,
大丈夫
you okay?
何
Bro, don't get all gloomy. Here, stand up.
これからお父さんと
Because we have to go
お母さん
introduce Remy-san to Mom and Dad now.
いけないんだから三人で一緒に
Let's go home together, all three of us. Nanami really was an impudent little sister, always mocking her big brother. Literally is here trying to help you get along better with the girl who's interested with you, that you're too dense to notice. And you take it as, oh, you're all making fun of me. You dumb man. I was a bit sulky, but I had no choice but to stand up. Remy and Nanami smiled at each other delightedly and held my hands on either side. I began walking as they pulled me along by the hand. I had a hunch that things were going to be fun. I felt like a peaceful, bright future awaited. Yeah. Suddenly... That's a sound effect. A shrill sound pierced my ears. It was almost akin to a female scream. The sound broke through my reverie, forcing me to acknowledge that Nanami's entrance and her battle plan and whatnot had all been part of a convenient delusion. Yeah. The air trembled, blown by a savage wind. A scarlet glow consumed my field of sight. Uncertain of what happened, I turned my face towards the light. On top of the container housing, when I looked up, there stood... the form of Aoi Senna, her D-sword in hand. Oh, 'cause she read the thing. Yeah. Her D-sword flashing was the source of the light, but it was strange. When I saw it before, I was sure Senna's D-sword had given off a blue light. The sound soon vanished into nothingness. The wind died down as well.
答える
Answer me. A sharp voice, a cold gaze. There was patient enmity in Senna's
これを
eyes.
書いたの
Are you the one who
Oh
wrote
my
this? As she spoke, she thrust out my essay, the one with the IR2 doodle drawn on the back of it. For some reason, it was covered in wrinkles. Why did Senna have it? Why was Senna here? Breaking and entering, those words floated up in my head. I realized she'd searched my room. What for?
答えろと言っている
Telling you to answer.
そうだ
Yeah, but what about it? Takumi-san. It was Kozupi's inner voice. She was behind Senna's back. She crawled on all fours, sticking her head out in our direction. Her expression was terribly tense. Run away. Huh? At almost the exact same time that Kozupi yelled, Senna jumped down, with the sword raised over her head. Watch out! Remy pulled my arm hard, sending me tumbling backwards. I raised my head in a flurry and looked at the place where I'd previously been standing. Senna's sword gouged the surface of the roof. Dreadful, with its unreal sharpness and destructive power. It had been an impact sufficient to shatter concrete, with the sword itself borne out a scratch. Weren't these swords supposed to be swords people couldn't see or even touch? A certain word flitted across the back of my brain. Her sword had been real-booted. Senna's D-sword, having attained the local shared recognition of the four of us here in this place, was real, not a delusion. It was a great sword that could actually cut people's lives away. If Remy hadn't pulled at me, that beautiful sword would have sliced me cleanly through the head. Instant death. Yeah. Trembling bolted through my body. Just now, Senna had unmistakably tried to kill me. Why? My head was full of doubts and questions. Before this, she and Kozupi and I had eaten Crunchy Coons together as a trio. When you share ice cream with somebody, you're friends forever and nobody can ever break that bond. The bond of ice cream. Shared ice cream. We definitely weren't close enough that you could call us friends, but we shared ice cream. And even back then, she'd kept her intimidating attitude till the very end. Even so. But Nanami, though. Yeah. What, Nanami, though? Whatever. She's fine. She's hiding in the container. Whatever. Like, okay, cool. So, Senna, kill Taku. And Taku, with your last words, be like, my sister's missing. She's the only good person in this entire universe. We all suck. Go find her, please. There you go. Even so, it shouldn't have been such a sour relationship as to make her attack me with her D-sword out of the blue. Kill you. Senna raised her face. She glared at me harder still. Her movements were swift, despite the fact that she carried such a vast sword. She sprang forward from the ground like a sprinter lunging out of a crouching start. She swung her sword as though to make its tips cut a line in the ground. Closing the distance between us, she raised it on high. My instincts awoke to the nature of this situation in an instant. She was serious. Senna truly... I knew immediately what was going to happen, and I used all of my instincts to scream loudly and soil myself. I lay collapsed gracelessly on my back. Yeah, no, that sounds right. I had lost my voice. No, you didn't. You just screamed. I couldn't escape. All too unreasonable. All too sudden. To think I'd hit a game over like this. To think I'd get ambushed by Senna after desperately fleeing Shogun. No, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. There. A single human form leapt forward, diving between me and Senna, standing in the way. When I looked, Remy's back was before me. She had both her arms spread out as though to block Senna's path as she charged at me. She would risk harm to protect me? She's the stupidest person in this entire game.
どけ
Ooh. But then Remy would die. No, I couldn't take that.
先畑さんには気をつけて
Be careful of Sakihata-san. Suddenly, I remember what Kozupi had said to me before. Pale light overflowed from Remy's outspread
先
hands.
畑さん
I
は
don't really get
よくわかんない
Sakihata-san.
のら
Remy, don't touch
手
Taku.
を出さないで
She crossed her hands over each other as though to bind the overflowing lights together. The air trembled. Glittering feathers of light from somewhere danced about her. that which materialized in her hands. What? She caught and stopped Senna's colossal, furiously lowered sword with ease. Don't drive Taku into a corner. Yeah, of course. Shockingly, she had a D-sword. It was far too graceful and far too divine to be called a sword. So much so that one might mistake it for an angel's wings. And then I understood. She too, Sakihata Rimi too, was a gigalomaniac. Yeah, well, let's just end that scene there. That seems... Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily call those swords, but those are cool. Aoi Senna stared at the face of the girl in front of her with astonishment. The sword, shaped like a pair of wings, which had stopped the attack from Senna's D-sword without any difficulty, was clearly a D-sword itself. If she weren't accustomed to handling it, she wouldn't have been able to catch Senna's blow with such excellent timing. But Nanami, though, yeah. So, Sakihata-san was a gigalomaniac too! Kozue gazed at Senna and the others from atop the container housing, as if she were sightseeing from the sidelines. She sat on the edge, kicking her hanging legs a little in the air. Quite a carefree attitude for having interfered with her surprise attack a few seconds ago, Senna thought, clicking her tongue inwardly. But her eyes didn't slide away from Rimi. Right in front of her, Rimi, in contrast, had on a brooding expression. Behind Rimi, the pathetically crumpled Nishijo Takumi let out a moan. That checks out. He was Senna's ultimate target, and she had no intention of fighting with Rimi. Moreover, this wasn't a manga or an anime. It was probably unrealistic to conceive of a battle between D-swords. Do you know what he's done? An equation called IR2. I know. He cut off Senna's words, a quiet, sorrowful, but distinct answer. Hearing it, Senna gripped her D-sword harder. And if you force Taku to awaken, far worse things will happen. Kill him before that. You won't be able to. There was no point in talking to her. Senna deemed. She took a stance to protect the distance between them. Rimi, on the other hand, only stood there casually. Take about 5 large strides to reach the slumped-over Nishijo Takumi, a distance from which she could bring things to an end in 3 seconds. Senna unhesitatingly lunged straight at Rimi. Aiming for her, Senna swept her D-sword horizontally. Rimi attempted to catch it in the same way she had before, but Senna's flashing attack was a feint. The sword passed through Rimi's sword and body. She'd undone the real booting. Now Senna's D-sword was no more than a delusion. Unable to touch anything, unable to cut anything, unable to kill anything. That's exactly what she was aiming for. Rimi, who had braced herself to receive the attack, reacted too slowly. In the meantime, Senna had already slipped past her side and taken another 2 strides, closing in on Takumi. Good. Kill him. She reverted to a real booted state in an instant. Oh, that's why it was normally blue, but it was red this time. Got it. With this, Takumi's eyes turned towards her, brimming with the hue of terror, and it took little effort for her to finish real booting. When she prepared to gore through Takumi's heart, with her sword that had once again become part of reality. Senna, someone's shadow flitted across the corner of her sight. The instant she heard that voice, she became deeply shaken, missing her mark. The end of her sword grazed Takumi's feet and embedded itself in the concrete. Senna slowly raised her head. Ew. Released a voice akin to a growl. The edge of the roof, the deepening sunset at his back, a lone man stood there like a ghost. Oh, hello. He looked sickly and pale. Bloodshot eyes set in sunken sockets. His head hung down, expressionless. The second she spotted him, Senna stopped caring about what became of Takumi. The man she had constantly been chasing, the object of her hatred. The man who had thrown her away and betrayed his family. That man was before her eyes. I finally found you. Stepping towards him, Senna grit her teeth to endure her surging hatred. She readied her D-sword again. Another step forward. There's nothing to be done for it. All I could do was offer your mother up as a living sacrifice. Oh, shut up. Your mother's final moments were very peaceful, so I want you to feel reassured, Senna. Thanks to your mother, we achieved the most marvelous experimental results. Your mother has been of great use to the world. You too should take pride in her achievements. Shut up! When the blood rushed to her head, Senna no longer saw anything but the man's form. Excuse me. He ran. In an instant, Senna covered the distance between them in the blink of an eye, sprang at his chest, and stabbed him deep with her D-sword. She's just racking up the bodies today, well, trying to at least. It was Senna's dearest wish. She had wandered Shibuya every day solely for the sake of killing this man. She had always dreamed of the day she would kill him. Finally got revenge from Mom. She tried to pull out her sword. She tried to move away from him, but it wouldn't come out. The man embraced her as if to enfold her. Stop! Don't touch me lightly. All the fine hairs on her body stood on end. If he did such a thing to her now, after so much time, it would only horrify her. Senna had long since severed the family bond that had once existed between her and him. Yet she was shocked at herself for how, for some reason, she couldn't push him away. Warmth, a broad chest, the real sensation of her father, red-stained hands. Not like this. This is the delusion you wished for. At that whisper, Senna understood. An error had slipped into her dead spots, a psychological attack, bewitchery. Remy had read her fantasies. By the time she realized her mistake, it was too late. Hey, Destra! Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome to Viperland in the chat. A content warning. A, we're getting pretty far in this game. There's probably going to be spoilers. If you care about anything about Chaos Head, turning around now would be a good idea. And B, while they don't show drastic amounts of blood in this game, there's definitely games that have shown way more. People get stabbed in this a bit, so, you know, just as raiders coming in, I want to give those warnings. If you care about spoilers for a game that's never actually been officially translated into English, and we're playing a fan translation of a game we bought legally online, you know, fair. But I got to get those out there because I don't want to have somebody go, oh my god, blood. While it's not frequent, this game can show some disturbing imagery. So getting that out of the way. That said, how you doing, Destra? You were doing Emerald EX, I want to say, according to what I saw on Twitter. But you were doing 14 today, and I hope it was going well. And hello, New Fox. How you doing? Welcome, welcome as well. I hope it went well, and I hope you were also... You got your clear. Hell yeah. Hope you also enjoyed that 6.0 character action trailer. Because, like, ooh boy, those trailers. Yeah. I've never played a game where I've actively hated the protagonist more than this game, but it's an intentional thing. It's not like he's clearly meant to be a hated person, and I hate him. What, back to this. Sick. Oh, yeah, I'm clearly a Summoner main now. Honestly, through all the memes, I'm still just excited that Scholar looks fine. Like, it looks like they're not nerfing Scholar or anything. I hope they tighten up its mana a little bit, but like, cool. But I also know all the memes of Dead Scholar are everywhere. Sage looks fun. All of them look good. Reaper looks so sick. Like, just the animations on Reaper, holy moly, it's so good looking. So good looking. Like, especially when it gets to its like awakened form and all of its sweeps are like that red and black scythe. Good. It's good. Well, yeah, Machinists get shotgun and chainsaws. Hard to go wrong with that. Losing her balance, she toppled from the edge of the roof together with the man. To Senna, the ground 8 floors below them looked terribly distant. This game is also a very highly unreliable narrator, so things happen in this game. We're like 40 hours in. Ooh. Fishing. Oh, I can't wait till we get fishing changes. I can't wait till we get some fishing news. Ocean fishing round 2? Come on, Square Enix, hit us with another ocean fishing. Yeah, as a fishing monk main, you had some good stuff. I could only watch it uncomprehendingly. Abruptly dashing to the edge of the roof, Senna lost her balance all on her own, and was at this very moment about to fall off. Her body threatened to disappear over the edge, falling. All I could do was murmur. I closed my eyes tight. Suicide. Senna had plotted to kill herself by jumping off. I didn't know why. I wouldn't stand for knowing why. She'd attacked me out of the blue. Now she was receiving heavenly punishment? She'd been my enemy, too. No matter how much time passed, I didn't hear the sound of her crashing below. I tentatively opened my eyes to see what was happening. The ocean fishing with 4's battle theme. I honestly haven't played... I played a little bit before, actually. 4 is the only one of the earlier Final Fantasies, like pre-7, that I spent any time with, but I didn't finish it, and I should. I should play all of them. Senna wasn't falling. She'd slumped down. Remy stood close beside her. She was gripping Senna's arm. Had Remy saved her? Senna flung away her D-sword and wept like a child. What the hell was going on with this sequence of events? Every now and again he says something true. Rarely. To me at least, it had only looked as though Senna were single-handedly trying to die. I'm sorry I put you through that, but there was no avoiding it. What had Remy done to her? She was like another person compared to the usual cheery Remy. A tormented expression, a sorrowful murmur, wavering eyes. Right? Yeah, yeah, Nanami, his sister, who might be in actual trouble, who's the only good person in this game, and they're doing this. It's like, but, only good person in this game, only one. Go find her, help her, please, somehow. Remy I didn't know was there. Sakihata-san? A voice resounded in my heart. As before, Kozupi watched how we were doing from the top of the container housing. It's all done, right? If you try to scrunch and crunch as much as Senna-san, Kozupi won't forgive you. Sakihata-san, I'll slash you to pieces, you know? My back went ice cold. Kozupi had the same airhead anime-style voice as always, but she meant what she said. Everyone is going to attack everyone with swords. Yeah, it's over. And I hadn't originally planned to do anything about Aoi-san. She'll leave Taku's sight for good, I'll let her go free. That's impossible. Because Kozupi and Senna-san and Takumi-san are friends. Right? Aren't I right, Takumi-san? Yes, clearly. I couldn't think about anything. If somebody told me everything happening now was a dream, I'd undoubtedly believe them. Why had Senna suddenly attacked me in the first place? Had she been my enemy all along? It's your fault. Senna, who had been sobbing, raised her face. She didn't attempt to wipe her tears. She was still collapsed on the ground. She stared at me harshly. It's your fault, my family. Oh, I floundered. She bathed me with raw emotion. What are you claiming I've done? I didn't cause trouble for anyone. That's a lie. And I certainly didn't know a thing about Senna's family. That's the truth. I'm very much a harmless human being. That's a lie. You call yourself harmless? You've read my mind. Yeah, it seems everybody can just do that. Even though that which you gave rise to could destroy the world? Destroy the world? Another self-centered fantasy. I glanced at Remy, seeking her help. Well, she stood with her back facing us, looking vaguely out at the darkening sky. You're wasting your time. Her figure, her voice. Was it my imagination that they seemed horribly lonely? Because Taku doesn't know anything. When Remy said it that way, it seemed almost as if she knew anything and everything. Clearly, don't joke with me. All the chaos now besieging Shibuya's first sprang from that equation. Equation? Don't say any more. Who truly doesn't know anything. For what it's worth, yeah, he doesn't know. That doesn't make him good. Sounded like they were talking about me. You dense son of a bastard. But I myself couldn't keep up with the conversation. Crackpot theory time? Go ahead. Well, that was one of the first things Shogun had ever said to us, was like they posted that equation. And didn't they say like this is the equation that will destroy the world? They said something, I don't remember the exact phrasing of it. But it was definitely like this is of importance, and that's when they started spamming all the new gen pictures, of which he only clicked one of them, which showed the new gen case, but not the way it had actually happened. So, man, there's so many layers upon layers of questions. When you say equation, it's this, you mean? Kozupi descended from the container housing holding my essay. That which was drawn there, the scribble I had written in elementary school. IR2. It was the origin of the cast now besieging Shibuya? Talk about a false accusation. Of course a doodle like that couldn't possess such power. I had truly been in a light-hearted frame of mind when I drew this doodle. I must have been. Because it had happened so long ago, I couldn't remember too well, but it bore no particular meaning. I'd only copied the numbers that appeared in a dream of mine. A dream related to the Whose Eyes Are Those Eyes essay written on the front. I'd used those words since distant past, and at some point they attained more and more of a shape in my dreams. Therein lay the numbers. 1 raised to 10 times int raised to 40 equals IR2. Senna had wiped her eyes at last, leaving them bright red. Even so, she remained crumbled, head lowered in apparent frustration as she wove her words. I don't know. I'm not saying that's not possible, because there definitely is nothing I can think of that directly counteracts that. That's not what it doesn't sound like it to me, but I have no evidence of like, oh, this is why I think that way. I honestly just don't think that's the case, just gut feeling. But like, there's no way that could, like, I don't think there's anything I could point to be like, that's false. That couldn't be the case because, and the way this game goes, that could easily be the case. Absolutely could easily be the case. Wouldn't shock me. But I don't know, that's not quite what I'm thinking, but I don't really know what my theory is for now. There's so many little things, like they'll be like, oh, this, and I'll be like, okay, I think maybe there's something going from that, but then they'll be like, oh, but this, and it's like, oh, but, okay, going to that, and they'll be like, but also this, and it's like, and it's like, I have little ideas for each of the things they've talked about, but I don't think any of them intersect at this point, which is not helpful, and I'm assuming they will, but I don't know. Clearly, that equation is very important to things. But yeah. Honestly, there's very little they could pull in this game where I'd be like, well, no. Like, I know it's going to somehow come together. But I also know that no matter what I guess, I'm going to be wrong. Even so, she remained crumbled, head lowered in apparent frustration as she wove her words. The instant you created this equation, the world branched apart. Oh, we've played Steins Gate, branching timelines, or branching world lines. Yeah, no. Oh, but we know these guys are bad in doing something nefarious. I think that's the one thing we know for sure. These guys are bad in doing something nefarious. That I'm confident of saying. Also, Nanami deserves better. Those are the two things I'm confident of saying. Hard stop. Nozomi, bad, scheming, clearly the cause of at least some of this. Nozomi deserves better. The most superior element with which Noah 2 is equipped is a certain equation incorporated into the core system. It has never been solved before in all of human history. It is believed to remain unsolved as it is. One of the Millennium Prize problems? 7 problems as yet unresolved in the world of mathematics, with $1 million prize attached to each of them. I'd heard of those before. I don't know if it's A, still a thing, B, ever was a thing, or it's just something I had read about, but that is something I had heard of before. But, like, long time ago. No, it's not among those 7. However, there were originally 8 Millennium Prize problems. 1 was removed from the list before it went public. Is that the equation embedded in Noah 2? Why was it removed? Because of the possibility that it might strew catastrophe throughout the world. What manner of formula is it? It's a function that reveals a resonance phenomenon based on the superposition of electromagnetic energy being involved in fundamental interaction. Yeah, I got none of that. It elucidated an unknown power, one that expresses itself with the intrinsic deflection arises between specific electromagnetic pulses and their receptors. Again, I got none of that. In a single instant, it rendered obsolete the silent weapon research results that various nations have spent over 30 years accumulating. One who solved that problem is in essence on the same level as God. Sure. Are you saying you accomplished this? It was discovered in a most mysterious place, in a child's scribblings, that is. IR2. Through this formula, Noah 2's so-called hardware has achieved abilities equivalent to those of a god. Afterward, so long as we collect code samples suitable for the software from Gigalomaniacs, Noah 2 will begin full-scale operation, thereby realizing all our desires. If only Einstein were alive today, I hear he was a Gigalomaniac of tremendous skill. Okay, there's gotta be art out there now, somewhere, because this is not a recent game. This is over 10 years old. There's gotta be art out there somewhere of Einstein with an elaborate anime-style D-sword just swinging it around. That's gotta exist. That has to exist. Real thing, yeah, only one has been solved. Okay. If only Einstein... Oh, I just read that. Hypothetical aside, what's the current situation? Isn't it said that the number of Gigalomaniacs throughout the world is so small as to be easily counted? Is it really alright? We've already secured 5 subject samples. You seem to have gathered enough to put Noah 2 into operation. Very well then. However, the more samples we have, the greater Noah 2's capacity. And there's a Gigalomaniac boy whose sample I would especially like to harvest, no matter what it takes. Saying so doesn't mean we'll let you delay our plans. Around when do you think Noah 2 can move into full-scale operation? As our final experiment prior to starting it up, I shall carry out the 3rd melt. No? You intend to cause another earthquake? What's its estimated scale? Going by my hypothesis, it will be on the same level as the Great Kanto earthquake of 1923. In the same class as the Great Earthquake? Wasn't it magnitude 7.9? Considering the level of current construction standards and building-based isolation countermeasures, it won't deal out as much damage to the city as in the past. But won't the number of victims be incomparable to those from 1st and 2nd? Up to approximately 5,000 people. It is, however, a conservative estimate. Are there any issues? You'll take full responsibility, of course. Shall I slash my stomach open and die before you? This is the final experiment. When the 3rd melt achieves our planned results, Noah 2 will reach absolute completion. The world's possibilities will be in the palm of our hand. Alright, so they caused those first 2 earthquakes. Definitively, they caused them. Which is why they're having excess effects. It's got to be related to Noah. And for sure, they're at least half in the center of all this nonsense. At the instant you created this equation, the world branched apart. Branched? This isn't an error, okay? Taku, let's go already. There's no need to hear her out. Remy pulled my hand, entreating me to come into the room. Oh yeah, because you wouldn't be able to hear her from the thin metal walls of your box. A sense of desperation seeped out of her attitude. Remy was afraid of something. Besides, everything Aoi-san says is a complete lie. You're the one lying. Aoi-san, just go home. Get out of Taku's sight. Whose words should I believe? How can you get so worked up over a mere equation? Do you really know nothing? E equals mc squared. The equation advanced by Einstein, just as its announcement went to the public. Announcement to the public led to the birth of a future where nuclear weapons would be developed. Your creation, IR2, is having a similar, no, an even greater effect on the world than equals MC squared. IR2 makes silent weapons a reality. Silent weapons? Taking snapshots of people's thoughts, projecting images into their vision, controlling their 5 senses. That was the technology from the patent I'd researched all over the place. The one Senna had told me about. Gigalomaniacs will cease to be special, no, abnormal. From here on out, this infernal power will become something anyone can use freely, by means of the equipment created with IR2 as its basis. Then again, long before that, a handful of corrupt bastards will monopolize it, brainwashing everyone else to become the equivalent of cattle without their realizing it. I didn't know. You say that, but it's got nothing to do with me. Even assuming Senna spoke the truth, I hadn't deliberately planned on creating something so inconceivable. It was just a little kid's doodling. I haven't done anything wrong. Again, he kinda hasn't in that sense. He's done plenty wrong. But I don't think he knowing, like, it seems to have just come to him in a hecking dream. Potentially from his future self, which is even... We're just gonna go. But then that IR2 is... It's what he meant when he explained the buoy power of Gigalomaniacs. See, that old guy was telling the truth. When he said the most important one of us was the boy who gave rise to whose eyes are those eyes? That has to be you, Takumi-san. Kozupi's perky voice. I couldn't regard it as innocently as she did, nor did Remy offer any reply, except Senna alone, widened her eyes, raised her face with a start, swayed upright. Why was she unsteady on her feet? Maybe because of whatever Remy had done to her earlier? Kozue, what did you just say? Upi? No, that's not it. Senna pressed on the puzzled Kozupi. When he said old guy, who did you mean? You see, he's the one who taught Kozupi how precious day swords are. He's the first person I talked to after coming to Tokyo. The way he looked made me want to pinch his nose real. Somehow he had a board with silly stuff written on it. Yeah, she had told us. Oh, she told us about it. Oh, she told Senna about it. Something like, the world is ending. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Huh? How was I supposed to know? It's him. I finally found him. Remy, Kozupi, and I, none of us had any idea what she was talking about. No, Remy clearly did. All we could do was dazedly watch Senna in her blood-curdling demeanor. Kill him at last. Okay. A certain experiment took place, but she never knew of it. Uh-oh. It's sad backstory time. Damn it. But none of it. No, it's fine. She was an ordinary housewife who had been blessed with her second child not long before turning 40. No, perhaps she wasn't utterly ordinary. If nothing else, her eldest daughter was about to enter high school, and so there was a 15-year gap between her and the second child. She had been slightly worried that her eldest daughter would feel some resistance to this, so she was going through puberty, but on the contrary, the daughter rejoiced at her mother's pregnancy. Her husband, a scientist, rarely came home, as he immersed himself in his religion and his research, but he was a wonderful husband and father when at home. That was why, though she had some dissatisfactions, her love for her husband remained unshakable. Their second child was born safely, an energetic little girl, 2579 grams. She named her Mana. Unfortunately, her husband had received a job assignment away from home immediately afterwards. Her husband had absolutely nothing in the way of general homemaking skills, so they had to ask their reliable eldest daughter to go with him and help take care of him. She would now live out her days with the newborn Mana. Just the two of them moved into cheap corporate housing at her husband's suggestion. Originally, she had lived in a suburban condo, but it was located inconveniently with respect to transportation. For the company housing, her new residence was in the best district in Shibuya, and many of her husband's co-workers' families lived nearby. Childcare was provided as well. Her husband had taken this into consideration so she wouldn't experience any trouble just in case. All the rooms in the company housing were spacious, and she took a particular liking to her bedroom. There was an enormous mirror covering the whole wall, and in the opposite wall there was an enormous window. She could gaze at the greenery of Yoyogi Park there. Soon she befriended the lady living next door, and due to the exceptionally special treatment she received from the company, a housekeeper was assigned to her as well. She was satisfied with this lifestyle, in which she wanted for nothing, and she took pride in how it indicated the importance of her husband's position in the company. 2 years later, though her growth was somewhat delayed, Mana began growing up cheerfully, without contracting any major illnesses. She was very spoiled. If she did not hold her up against her breast, Mana would start crying piercingly. She herself had been in poor condition for about a month. She had an especially terrible ringing in her ears, and it bothered her practically all day long. That sounds familiar. That sounds slightly familiar. Even then, she wouldn't let the housekeeper or her lady neighbor take care of Mana. In any case, she and Mana were attached at the hip, and they never parted. Neither when they went to the toilet or took a bath. If she thought about perhaps having the housekeeper hold Mana for a bit, Mana would sense this with extreme sensitivity and burst out crying. On the contrary, Mana's reliance on her made Mana even more precious to her, but as a result, she continued a lifestyle in which she couldn't take so much as a step out of the house. The housekeeper and her neighbor helped support this lifestyle of hers. She was truly fortunate to have met them. Then again, the two of them were gradually beginning to act stranger and stranger. About a week ago, when they were chatting in the living room, her neighbor vomited without any warning. Disregarding her startle, the lady went flying outside. Because they hadn't encountered each other since then, she worried that maybe her friend had fallen ill. Thus, she requested that the housekeeper go check on the lady's condition. When she conveyed this to the housekeeper, who had finished working and was about to leave, said, "See you tomorrow." The housekeeper abruptly burst into tears and nodded countless times as she went home. That night, the tinnitus that had been tormenting her all the while grew more acute, and a splitting pain shot through her head. She tried to call an ambulance, but the phone wouldn't connect. She went outside to seek the help of the lady next door, but even that caused her great difficulty. Her daughter wept violently, and her voice further stimulated her pain. When she desperately embraced Mana and endured her suffering, all of a sudden, the ringing in her ears and the weeping voice stopped. Her headache retreated as though it had been a lie. When she looked down, the child she held had become a mummy. Though she had been crying so loudly only a moment ago, at some point her body had decayed, dried up, and began to give off a hideous smell. Her heart broke. Before she realized it had been an experiment. A certain experiment took place, but it differed from what he had hypothesized. Such a caring husband. He was a scientist at the Nozomi Technology Company, a follower of the Cosmic Church of the Divine Light, one of the central figures in Nozomi Technology's ultra-classified Project Noah, and the man who had deciphered fun to the 10th times int to the 40th equals IR2. He offered up his wife, then on the verge of childbirth as an experimental subject. At the same time, this was an order from the revered founding father of his sect. It was also something he himself had suggested in order to make the experiment a success. Yeah. It definitely looked a little like Taku but older, and we already knew Taku but older showed up in his dreams. It was called the Mana Experiment, based on the codename given to the second daughter his wife had delivered. Entrusting his elder daughter, I didn't really realize it the first time they showed him, but when he came back, it's like, that looks like a scragglier Taku, especially now that we're finally starting to occasionally see Taku. The first time we'd seen him, I don't think we'd actually seen a full facial shot of Taku. I don't think we had at that point, but since then they were like, Entrusting his eldest daughter, 15 years old at the time, to a church facility, he spent 24 hours a day observing his confined wife and Mana. The room his wife had made herself think of as a company housing was a test site prepared by Nozomi Technology, and the Noah 2 prototype he had developed was stationed here, which means even worse than we thought he was. I honestly wouldn't have considered that possible. Excuse me. But it means however bad we thought he was all that and experimenting on his wife and daughter. Without their knowledge or consent. Taking snapshots of people's thoughts, projecting images into their vision, controlling their 5 senses. The effects of all of these were being tested out on his wife and Mana, the human subjects confined in the experimental grounds. The many ways in which electromagnetic energy affects the human body remain unnumbered, and naturally he had planned to halt the experiment if his wife or Mana experienced any physical abnormalities. Yeah, sure, okay. The experiment met with an accident soon after its commencement, but a month after her birth, Mana died. Cause of death is unknown. She was in that house for 2 years, though. She was in that house for 2 years, though. She was in that house for 2 years, though. Oh, no. Yeah, he got married and had kids. That's weird. An accident no one could have prevented. Overwhelmed with grief, he sought to stop the experiment, but he wasn't permitted to. Do not find it fascinating? So said his employer. His employer had been speaking of the grotesque spectacle inside the test site. Yeah. Refusing to acknowledge Mana's death as reality. That would be why they started acting weird and just vomiting at the smell. They were paid actors, but even they were just like, I can't do it. I can't. No. He was breastfeeding the thing. The last day. Oh, every aspect of this is wrong. Refusing to acknowledge Mana's death as reality, his wife held the child's dead body and treated it as if it were alive, and in fact, her eyes reflected a living Mana. That was due to the influence of the Noah 2 prototype, and in a certain sense, it was the ideal situation under which to test its performance. They turned a deaf ear to his will. At last, he began to think that perhaps continuing the experiment like this would be to his wife's benefit. Obviously not. Clearly he didn't have a say in stopping it, but like, obviously not. Got married, yeah, that's true, but like, still... Which means what about the current situation of Taku? This is clearly not a time travel story. Steins Gate didn't happen yet. So... is he another person who's just like seeing Taku's memories? Is it... how much of things is even real? Like, which to be fair, we've been wondering for a while, but now we have even more license to doubt how much of any of it's real. Because all the things we can say about Taku currently, he's not an old scientist. Yeah, but he also could have theoretically grown out of that. Like, maybe that was his school years, and then, like, he met somebody, like... imagine him meeting Remy, but she was actually decent for him, and expected a, you know, communal two-way relationship out of him. Maybe he'd pick up on that and learn and actually get better. There are ways I could imagine him gradually, over time, getting slightly better. Especially if we're talking over... decade 2, 3, whatever. His wife, the wife he saw through the one-way mirror, lived out every day in bliss, embracing her child's courts. She talked gently to the child while gazing at the greenery of Yoyogi Park, which was a fake projected into her sight from the wallpaper made to resemble a window that was pasted to the wall. I mean, couldn't they have also just swapped it out for a dummy and the test would have been equally as effective and less, fucked up? No other way of putting it. They could have replaced it with a doll and they still would have tested the effectiveness of the machine. That's also the same headgear that, that Fest was in, wasn't it? Absolutely the same headgear. The lady next door as well as the housewife were research team staff members who took care of his wife undercover. As long as the experiment continued, his wife's heart would never be broken, and he told himself it was for his wife's sake. Perhaps his heart had broken before hers did. At some point, his goal became not to complete Noah 2, but rather to allow his wife to go on dreaming. And so his employer declared a sudden end to the experiment, which had continued for close to 2 years. We've collected enough data. The full-scale activation of Noah 2 is close at hand. There's no longer any meaning in prolonging this experiment. He desperately resisted, but it got him branded a traitor, and he was taken off the project. The day of the test site's closure, as their one kindness to him, they permitted him to be present, albeit tied down, in the laboratory. And his elder daughter, whom he had not seen in person for 2 years, was also compelled to attend. Why would they do that to his daughter? Him, I get it. Brand him a traitor, whatever, torture him. It's not a good idea, but like, why bring his daughter into it? Still lost on the timelines? Yeah, Yep. His daughter looked confused when she saw him.
父さん
Dad, what's going on? What did you do to
母さん
Mom?
が抱いているの
What's Mom holding? He couldn't answer. Guilt over what he had done made him incapable of looking his daughter in the face. Meanwhile, the beginning of a ghastly ceremony approached. Oh boy. The neighbor had already become unable to endure Mana's putrid stench, and the housekeeper wept at his wife's words as she left the experimental site. And the equipment stopped. And the dream ended, and his wife broke at the sight of her child, who to her appeared to have suddenly transformed into a mummy. She tore at her head, ripped out her hair, dug at the skin of her face with her nails, and in the end began devouring her child's desiccated body. Laughing madly, she rammed her head into the wall, and finally, stabbing a kitchen knife into her eyes, she died. Yeah. His daughter screamed and cried, viewing the atrocity of her mother's last moments through a one-way mirror. You know, researchers held his daughter up on both sides and hauled her away somewhere. He was not allowed to chase after his one remaining family member. Sorry, I'm sorry. I'm sure you are now. He blamed himself, as he should, believing he had brought all of it upon himself, which he had. Since the time 2 years ago when he made up his mind to continue the experiment, it should have been obvious to him, whatever his reasons may have been, that one day things would end up like this. Okay. He couldn't have expected or predicted exactly like this, but he knew it wasn't going to end with happy wife leaves experiment and they go about their lives smiling and happy for the rest of their days. There's no way he could have thought that. Several days after his wife's death, he vanished. Now no one knows where to find him. Man. Afterward, Senna interrogated Kozupi about something, wild-eyed, then finally sped on her way alone. Kozupi went chasing after her. Well, that raises even more questions. If that guy is the random homeless guy out on the street with a sign... Nah, it's never gonna happen, Robin. It's too late, it's past. That's Takumi. But we're Takumi. I have infinite questions. We went chasing after her, but I remained unaware of why Senna had suddenly started acting like a woman possessed. Now I was plodding through the neighborhood of Shimokitazawa. Wow, I'm good at words. Also, that would make her his daughter. I don't think it's time travel. Mostly because Steins Gate does time travel. And that's my only basis for it. My only basis for it is Steins Gate does time travel, and all the stuff they talked about technologically here is about implanting sights, sounds, smells, stuff like that into people. Not actual time travel. Not to say both of them couldn't deal with it, but all of this has been leaning in a very different direction. Yeah, yes, I think it's Noah 2 delusions on a city-wide scale, affecting everyone. I mean, that's clearly what those backpacks guys are doing. Instead of headgear for people, it's clearly those backpack guys, like 100%. Yeah, the problem is, Ark, you're assuming that notebook existed. You're assuming any of this stuff was real, which we've already had hints that maybe some of it wasn't to begin with. But no, like, I don't know. It seems to be leaning more in that direction, but yeah. If I walked a little further, I'd reach my parents' house. We're never going to see his parents. His parents don't exist. It's less than a 30-minute walk from my base. I wondered if Nanami would be home. Yeah, you should check and see if Nanami is home. Though less so than Shibuya, there were many people walking along the streets of this place I'm not going to pronounce correctly. The Esper commotion continued to have a pronounced influence, and there were a lot of people who grinned mockingly when they saw me, or even took out their cell phones and snapped pictures. Devoured by humiliation and shame, I hurried along the road home. I'm sorry, Remy murmured, eyes still lowered as she walked a little behind me. In the time it had taken us to reach to this point, she had repeated the same thing over 10 times. I'm sorry I didn't say anything. Even if she apologized to me, there was nothing I could say in response. Excuse me. I didn't know Remy. This does lead some possible credence to your theory, Ramen, because if they're doing tests of different Noah systems, maybe that was how, like, the Noah 1 test ended. I don't know. That could theoretically totally be the case, but I have no heckin' idea at this rate. I don't know. I didn't know Remy. It had been that way since the first time we met. Remy had supported me. Remy had been there for me. Remy appeared out of nowhere with memories of things you'd never done together, and you just accepted it as fine after about 5 minutes of her being like, "You're not a terrible otaku guy." But in the end, I still didn't understand a thing about her. The whole time, I'd let things stay that way, ambiguous, unresolved. Maybe because I had an inkling that once everything became clear, I wouldn't be able to stay with Remy any longer. I feared that. Why do you stay there for me? Yeah, you definitely do want to know how Remy ties into all this. She clearly knows way more. She knows more than probably anyone we've talked to in this game. Other than maybe Shogun? We don't know how much Shogun knows. We just know he's the kind of there and definitely knows some stuff. But everyone else who finds out about Takumi's like, gotta kill him. She's like, maybe not. Why? He's not a redeemable human being. I want to stab him. I don't know. There's still... Everything we learn in this game only makes 10 more questions. Once I mustered my courage, was all I could ask her. Oh yeah, I did do that. The reason why Remy spent her time together with the likes of me. Yeah, like, she's got to have a reason. There's no way she's just chilling with him because it's like, no, he's actually okay. Was it because, after all, she was attempting to entrap me the same as you? Like, man, I just have infinite questions. But the answer she gave back to me wasn't anything of the sort. I don't want you to awaken. I wanted you to live a regular life. She didn't want me to awaken as a gigalomaniac? Remy knew more about me than I did. Who on earth are you? I am... After some hesitation, Remy said, I think I'm your friend, Taku. I want to stay as your friend. In other words, she was telling me not to ask anything more. But I couldn't stop myself from asking. Am I a gigalomaniac? Well, the answer to that is clearly yes. You could say that. You could also say differently. Which one is it? Was she trying to dodge the subject? Did you know about IR2? I've only heard about it. She didn't say who she heard it from. Was Senna telling the truth? It's a lie. A lie? The answer calling it a lie itself was a lie. I could tell from looking at Remy's demeanor.
君は
I was about to demand even more answers of her, but I held my tongue. Was Remy an enemy or my ally? If I asked, her response would determine whether or not I could be with her, so I couldn't ask her. If I pretended nothing had happened, I could go on being deceived, and we could go on acting the same way we always had until now. Maybe things would be easier and happier that way. Yes, that's what I'd do. I'd feign being an idiot and let Remy keep on fooling me. If nothing else, Remy had helped me countless times, so she wouldn't seek to harm me from here on out either. I'd be fine with it if I did as she said and lived an ordinary life. Thank you.
ありがとう
Averting my eyes from her, I gave voice to those words rather than my questions.
守
For
ってくれた
protecting me. Taku. Unable to think of anything else to say, I silently continued down the road to my parents' house. Oh, we are going. At last, a familiar road came into sight. A small, quiet residential area. At times, I could hear the faint sound of a train speeding along somewhere far away. Scenery I had known since my childhood, the place where I was born and raised. I traveled this road to go to both elementary school and middle school. If I entered the narrow road before me, my house would be nearby. I was scared of coming face to face with Nanami, but I couldn't bear not making sure of whether or not Nanami's hand was where it belonged. Calming myself by pausing to take some deep breaths, I started to step forward.
待って
Wait! When I turned back, Remy was looking at me with a face that seemed on the verge of
どうして
crying.
も
Must you
行
go?
くの
No matter what?
ね
Please, don't
え
go.
もう
You won't be able to stay normal
普通じゃ
any
いられ
longer,
な
you
くな
know.
るよ
Ah, the parents' house was the trigger the whole time.
私
I don't want that.
そんな
What
の
was that
ないよ
supposed to... Shall we go
あの
back?
コンテナハウスに
Back to the container house. I'll stay with you forever,
僕が
as long as you
望
want
む
me
限り
to.
急いで
We'll go to school together, and we'll talk to Daichin about all kinds of silly things,
払いもない
and on the way
話を
back
し
we'll
て
stop at a soba
帰
stall
り
or
に
a
立ち
CD
食いして
shop.
そうやって
Let's keep going like that from now on, too.
僕
They
は
have to see Nanami.
いないよ
She isn't there. I'm sure of it. How does she know? Was she lying again? Would it be bad for her if I visited home? I don't want to see you
僕の
grieving.
悲しむ顔見た
That's how you... Stop.
謎かけ
Stop
みたいな
talking in
ことはやめ
riddles.
てよ
I'd had enough. She was telling me to stay unaware of the truth forever? I couldn't feign idiocy after all. That took about 5 minutes. Everyone kept thrusting mysteries at me, even though I'd wanted to remain ignorant.
実家に行っちゃいけない理由
If there's a
がある
reason
な
I
ら
can't go
言って
home,
よ
then tell
こ
me.
んな中途半端
I'm
な
sick of
うんざり
everything
なん
being
だ
so up in the air. Sick of it? Up until now, hadn't I myself been the one who chose to leave everything half finished? Hadn't I run away from it all on my own will? Yes, which is why I ought to keep doing the same thing henceforth. Go back to my base, listen to Remy. There was no need for me to see Nanami. What did I plan on doing if I went to check if her right hand were there, and it wasn't? Wouldn't that mean it was my fault? Nanami would hate me. She would resent me. I was a pathetic guy who hadn't been able to rescue my little sister. Said fact would become written in stone. I wouldn't become a prisoner of guilt if I left things ambiguous the way they were now. Ah, Schrodinger's Nanami, got it. Who knows if she's got an arm or not, as long as I don't look in the box. Takes one step forward, but then 5, yeah, I should do that. It was the best possible choice. Don't look at anything. No matter how many mysteries are thrust at you, ignore them. Shut yourself away from the world. You really needed a lot of taking care of.
ナナがいないと
As if I weren't here, you wouldn't be able to do a thing.
ダメだ
No good. My mind recalled Nanami's bright
ダメ
voice.
だよ
It's no good. If I fled here, I would never be able to face Nanami again for the rest of my life. I would never be able to return to my childhood home again for the rest of my life. I clenched my fist. I stepped into the narrow road leading to my parents' home. They were less than 50 meters from here to the house. At first, I walked on swift feet. Midway through, I started running. 3 steps later, I ran out of energy and fell to the ground, aiming for the house where I'd been born and raised. Another 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters, 0 meters. The house I knew so well. Wasn't there. Huh? There was a different name on the nameplate. It wasn't Nishijo. For starters, the house wasn't shaped the same. The house I'd lived in was far newer and cleaner looking. Looked around, and I thought I'd been one off, that I'd gotten the neighbors, but I hadn't. In the first place, the surrounding scenery didn't match up with my memories. I thought maybe I'd gotten lost on the way, or I'd entered the road a block too early, but it couldn't be. I'd recognized the route up till here. I'd remembered the streets alone. But the house wasn't there. When I walked along the road from my memory, the same landscape from my memory failed to emerge, and an unfamiliar scene spread out before me. I'd never seen it before. It was a place I'd become deeply familiar with, yet I had the sensation that I was coming here for the first
正
time.
面ビューだ
Jamais vu.
違うよ。
Wrong. Rumi stood close behind me. She denied my words immediately.
この世界に
In all the world,
タクの帰
you
る場
have
所
nowhere to go home to, Taku.
ないの。
Wow, that's depressing. Bright afternoon light shone into the hospital corridor. Oh, it was fairly dim during this band of time immediately before the transition to night, since the indoor lights hadn't been turned on yet. The dinner time bustle had quieted a short while ago, and an almost eerie silence had come floating down. Shogun progressed slowly down the hallway in his wheelchair. The sound of its creaking wheels echoed through the corridor. Not one of the nurses he passed tried to say something to him or meet his eyes, and Shogun too, acting as if this were only to be expected, continued turning the wheels of his wheelchair with his emaciated skin and bone hands.
兄者
It's definitely the same hospital. As he passed in front of a certain hospital room, a male patient named Yami raised his voice. He pointed at Shogun and shouted frantically,
ちゃんだ
"It's Ami-chan!" As for the nurse who hoped to be with Yamai at the moment, she wore a face of absolute perplexity. "Look, Ami-chan came back. He went outside again. He's so
もうい
bad."
ませんよ。
But no one's there. Excuse me. Upon surveying the area, the nurse smiled wryly. She said no one's there, despite the fact that Shogun was going down the corridor right in front of her. Stupid hiccups in his wheelchair.
また山井さんは私のこと
Are you
からか
making
って
fun
る
of
ん
me
でしょ
again, Yamai-san?
でも
I won't let you fool me today,
兄
okay?
者
Ami-chan.
ラウ兄者
Raomi-chan?
タオ兄者
Taomi-chan. Yamai went on shouting as though he'd gotten angry. Ignoring him, Shogun wordlessly turned down the hall to the right. There, the cream-colored wall abruptly went black. Even with that wall before him, Shogun didn't stop his wheelchair. The instant before it seemed as though he were about to have a violent collision with the black wall, it unexpectedly vanished. It literally vanished into thin air. The wall disappeared, and the hallway beyond it came into view. Shogun continued straight forward. About 20 meters down the corridor, he reached a dead end, this time for real. There was a single door. Shogun opened the door and went inside. It was an illusionary hospital room, a room no one knew, which had been whispered of in ghost stories for several years now. The name written in the nameplate for the hospitalized patient was Nichijou Takumi. Yeah, once we'd already covered that, like, crazy homeless guy was Takumi, it's just like, yeah, I'm not surprised by that. However, this is also the perfect ending time at 2:02. Look at that. I have infinite questions, though. That one I'm a little less surprised about, only because of what we just witnessed in the past, like, 20 minutes. If you drop that on me at the start of the stream, I'd be like, but now it's like, okay. Surprised, but, like, let's go with this. There are now 3 Takumis. Well, I almost feel like that might be... I don't know. I was going to say maybe that's the true Takumi at this rate, but... I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know anything. I do know. We're going to save the second game, and next week continue on knowing nothing. All I know is that I don't know nothing. But I also know I'm going to keep playing this game, and... holy crap. Taku is Taku, yes, clearly. Taku is Taku, and Shogun is Taku, and Homeless Man is Taku, and Taku is... who knows? This is going places. They're answering some things that are raising more questions, but I want to see where it's going. So, obviously next week we're playing this. Tomorrow, Tuesday, we're playing Tales of Arise, starting at 10 p.m. both nights. We're not starting early those nights. Maybe Thursday we'll be able to start early. We're getting to good stuff in Arise too, and I really want to play more of that, but we're not skipping this either. Other than that, the foreseeable future is Arise, other than Sunday's this, because I really want to finish Arise. I'm doing great in it, I'm having a good time with it, but I gotta play more of it to finish it, so you know. That's the foreseeable future, but also... No, I don't think anything big comes out until... Yeah, so we're good to try to finish Arise. We're getting there. We're making progress. It's going well. Obviously, thank you all for tuning in, thank you all for watching. Big shoutouts to Heckin' Destra Plays for the Heckin' Raid. Everybody in chat, hanging out, having a good time. And, honestly, I don't even know for sure. I guess. It makes sense, because, like, nobody else has used that drawing, but, like, I've gotten to the point where I don't trust anything this game throws at me. I just don't trust any of it. Everything's a lie. Everything's wrong. But also, it's probably true. Like, that's the only other place we've seen that. She draws it a ton. So it makes sense? But, like, how does it make sense? Why does it make sense? I don't know. Why does she do that? But sure, yeah. It seems weird to me, but also, like, there is evidence for it, and there's no evidence against it, so, like, yeah. For now, let's see, we got ourselves a monster. A quote... Yeah, Nanami, that's a question. A Discord, and, what even look good?
Chaos, chaos.
That works. Why not? Maybe? I mean, the house didn't, but like... I don't know. The past hour of this game, like, we already were like, unreliable narrator, who knows if what we're seeing is real or not, but like, the past hour has really cranked that up to like a factor of 100 of like, we thought like, oh, this scene, who could trust this one scene? This little bit was a delusion. Ooh, this is weird. And now it's like, everything may be false. People may not actually exist. Everything could be wrong. Nobody knows anything. Except Remy, who seems to know everything. Remy seems to know everything. And Senna seems to have a lot of info, but not everything. But a lot. She's got a lot of info. Also, if she really was the daughter of Takumi, I totally see why she wants that man dead. Dead. Having to watch that experiment end? Yeah. Yeah. He gots to die. I get it. Oh, every part of this is just more questions upon more questions. But it is going to be really interesting to see how it all comes together. And what's going to be even more interesting? As a sequel. And we'll be getting there at some point too. Sequel that is officially translated and have on the PS4. So we've got no worries about... After this, all of them are PS4 official translations. This is the only one that's not. So, that said, this has been Viper of Viperland. Thank you all for tuning in. Thank you all for watching. I'll see you all next time.
Lord, if you're there, please infuse my nuts with the power of 1,000 suns.